The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Thursday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. And if you text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. All right, day one of the Masters is wrapping up. Rory McIlroy is off to a heater. The defending champ, Scottie Scheffler, was looking like he might card a 65. He has slowed down after the first couple of holes. John Rahm looks disastrous. Bryson DeChambeau imploded, looking like one of us in the sand trap. We got a lot of Masters takeaways to get to in just a little bit. But, Brad, how the hell are you doing here on this Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, my friend?
I am splendid, spectacular, as always, my man. And maybe I had a pimento cheese sandwich. I did not have a Augusta egg salad sandwich. I love saying that I'm the CEO of Team Huevos, and people be like, oh, yeah, you're all about Team Eggs. Well, it's got a different meaning. In reality, I actually hate eggs. I hate the smell of them. I hate the taste of them. I want nothing to do, as cheap as it is there at Augusta National, on the Masters menu. I would not touch with the longest of tongues, and despite having the most voracious of appetites, that egg salad sandwich, I would punt that bad boy to the moon.
Oof. All right, maybe we could do a little build-your-own $15 Masters meal coming up next segment. We got a lot of golf takeaways from day one at Augusta National. But, Brad, I want to start with a bigger story here because if you have to watch the NFL, well, I wouldn't say have to. We kind of have to. It's our job, right? We talk about sports. So you and I have to watch the NFL, whether it's Red Zone, whether it's Sunday Ticket, whether it's, obviously you have your favorite team on the side. You're a Chicago Bears fan. I'm a Giants fan. So we watch them locally, which you normally, you pay for cable. But then there's Amazon Prime for Thursday Night Football. There's ESPN/ESPN Plus for Monday Night Football. You have Peacock if you don't have cable for Sunday Night Football. Not to mention Netflix on Christmas. And, away we go. And so basically it's costing over $1,000, if not more, to watch the NFL every single season. And how about this? The Justice Department has begun an investigation into whether the NFL has violated anti-competitive practices with its television contracts that require consumers, us, fans, football fans that love watching the game, fantasy football fans, sports betting fans, that require consumers to pay subscription costs to watch games. And my initial reaction is great. Yeah, let's see what actually comes of this investigation here. Let's see if we actually do get you can't charge, you have to lower your subscription pricing, or Sunday Ticket has to be cheaper, or you have to make more games nationally televised on regular basic cable channels. I highly doubt that's going to happen. And so, shame on me, I guess, for being the skeptical one here. But they are investigating the NFL, the Justice Department. The NFL currently has television contracts with all those things that I mentioned, all those places, ESPN, ABC, NBC Sports, CBS Sports, Prime Video, Netflix. Not to mention, if you want to watch on Sunday, Red Zone, Sunday Ticket, all that stuff. And I'm just surprised here that we're even getting an investigation. I highly doubt anything is going to come of it, but Roger Goodell and the NFL, for now, they are under the pump here from the Justice Department. Do you think anything's coming to this, or is this just a hogwash?
I think it's hogwash, poppycock, a big heaping pile of BS. I think they're going to try to seal the headlines. There's other bigger fish to fry and bigger things at play, you could say, at the governmental level right now. And I'm going to leave it there. But, dwelling on this for a second, the NFL, last I checked, Pat, it is not a publicly traded company. It's privately owned. And that is an entity that can make its own choices as a result. So if they want to sign a gazillion different contracts with various streaming platforms, hell, maybe they're going to sign a deal with Roku like MLB did in short order. They are entitled to do exactly that. Is it great for the consumer? No, of course it's not. Everybody would love to go back to the old school days of basic cable. Have everything, and you pay one flat fee, and you have it a nice, neat, tight little package with a bow on top. You could tune in and watch pretty much every single game that you want. I don't know about you, but my watching and viewing habits have really changed since the advent and invention of NFL Red Zone. I'm a diehard fantasy football player. I love to gamble on the NFL, especially the player props market. For those of you that have been fans of BetMGM tonight over the years, you know this already. So for me, on NFL Sunday, that's all I do. I plop on the couch and I watch Scott Hansen for hours upon hours on end, from beginning to end, all the way leading up to the brief break, grab a meal, and then sit down and watch that Island matchup on Sunday Night Football. Of course, watch the Island matchup every single snap on Monday Night Football and also on Thursday Night Football. But am I going back and watching every single play, every single snap of the action on Sunday? I don't have the time as a content creator, as a radio show host, as a writer, as a podcaster, as a moron on video on occasion as well. I just don't have the time to go back and watch every single second. So my viewing habits have changed over the years. So I'm curious what your consumption of the NFL is. There are some people that are out there that do go watch those condensed games and watch them back every single play that is out there. Usually get the highlights, check out everything, and just have kind of a lay of the land so I understand what is going on. But in terms of this specifically, I don't have a problem with it. DOJ can go in and investigate it. If they, file some charges, they're going to be sued. It's going to be decided by a court, and nothing's going to come of it. So Godspeed to you, DOJ, trying to get the NFL to break down this quote unquote kind of monopoly that they have, but they can do business wherever they damn please.
Yeah, and you make a lot of good points. And again, the NFL, they have an antitrust exemption for the negotiating of its television contracts through the Sports Broadcasting Act, which was like 60 years ago. That only applies to broadcast television. But like you mentioned, they're a business. They're a private business. And so if they want to keep dishing out games, hell, if they want to get Paramount Plus or any other of these streaming services that they haven't gotten into, if they want to start putting games on HBO Max, hell, they probably could, and people would probably pay for them. They probably would. I have YouTube TV, so I watch Giants and Jets games now on CBS and Fox as if it was local cable. But then I also then pay for the Red Zone package, and that is typically how I watch football on Sunday. I know there's a lot of people that have Sunday ticket, and you're paying $500, $600 a year for that. Like you said, for me, before this year, 12 months ago, I had not been a full-time host yet, on the previous network or now this network. So I was mostly filling in, doing shows locally at WFAN in New York. So I would watch the Giants on one screen. I'd watch the Jets on another screen when they would play at the same time. And then I'd have Red Zone. And that kind of suited my needs. And that's how I still consume it. And like you said, when you're in the mix on Sunday, for me, the quad box is cool. The quad box is nice. Like, it's nice to have it. But like for March Madness, that was my most recent experience. It's exhausting. Oh, yeah. It is very exhausting if you're trying to watch 4 games at one time and only one game has the sound on it. So I can't imagine trying to watch 4 football games going on at the same time. Just give me Scott Hansen and give me when everybody's in the red zone. Like that's been enough for me. And then I got like the 2 local teams in the market that I live in that I pay attention and I watch the full games there. And like you said, you can go back. The NFL, I commend them for this. You can watch the extended highlights, which are normally 19, 20 minutes, and they show like every key play. You can watch condensed games if you want to spend 45 minutes to an hour. So for me, I think this is more so aiming at the Sunday ticket package, which again I think is an exorbitant price. But if you want to watch any game on any given Sunday, full game, multiple games at once, you can do that. And overall, like you said, are we going to get anything out of this? I highly, highly doubt it. But credit to the DOJ for taking aim at the NFL, and I guess even if it's a marshmallow speed bump that they're putting in Roger Goodell in the NFL's way, at least they're putting that speed bump there and maybe trying to prevent further monopolizing efforts by the NFL to make us, the fans, the consumers, pay more money in the future. And so I think it's basically a nothing burger, but it is big news to a lot of other people.
Yeah, ultimately what's going to be determined. If you want to change the practices of the NFL, don't add those additional subscriptions to watch NFL football. That'll solve it instantaneously. If the NFL sees drop off in signups and viewerships, if they go to a different streaming platform, they're going to pivot, and be like, oh, oops, our bad. Sorry. We're actually going to, broker a deal with Amazon. We're going to have now 2 games on instead of the 1. They'll be able to figure it out. It's all based on what the consumer demands, right? The NFL, as you said, at the end of the day, they're a business, and they're operating in terms of how much money can we make? How can we maximize the profit? And it's all based on what the viewer does. And of course, then the accompanying streaming services, what they're willing to pony up for the rights to broadcast some of those games, like Netflix paying an exorbitant sum, like a ridiculous amount of money for those Christmas matchups that they recently brokered here last year or two. So we'll see what happens in the end. But bottom line is people are probably going to still sign up. People can still watch as much NFL football as they possibly can. The NFL is absolute king. I am one of those individuals who does willingly pony up all the money and try to watch as many games as I possibly can. And then occasionally talk to my family, my kids, the best that father I could possibly be in those situations. But the bandwidth is only so wide. And I'm glad you brought up the quad box, because I feel like the dog from Up, when I have the quad box going, I usually don't have it going for the NFL at all. Maybe a little bit for college football on a Saturday. If it's a really dynamite slate and there's just 4 outstanding games going on at the same time, I may have that quad box up. I definitely had it up during college basketball season, and I was like, squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. I mean, pivoting my head all the time, and I couldn't really concentrate. Especially when I was doing broadcasts, I'm trying to absorb, talk to my wonderful co-host, Pat Boyle, at the same time, and somehow churn out coherent thoughts. It does, man. It fries your brain. It's wonderful. It's glorious. But my God, I short circuit every single time I do it.
Yeah, and just to the point you said before, you're happily a sheep. And I don't want to say that disrespectfully, because there's millions of us that will pay. Oh, you know what? I don't care to have Netflix. I don't like any of the shows, but all right, I'll get it because of the NFL Christmas Day games. And you know how many people just forget, they're like, all right, I'll get Netflix and then I'll cancel it. You know how many people probably forget to cancel it, and then they're getting paid. They're getting billed. What is it? The $10, $12 a month now for Netflix? That what it is? Same thing with Amazon Prime.
Oh, much higher than that.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Why would the NFL stop? Because they put playoff games on these streaming services a couple of years ago. I think that was that Chiefs-Dolphins game was the first one that was on a streaming service. It was on Peacock, and I remember the outrage. And then you remember what the ratings were? There was like 23 million people that tuned into the game. So why would they stop when every time they have gone to another streaming service to basically say to the consumers, to the fans, hey, pay for another streaming service so you're not going to be able to watch this game. And every single time, us Americans, we do it. We do it. So why would they stop? So I don't get what the DOJ is going to do. I don't know how they're going to sue them. But like I said, I guess I give them credit for trying. Really quickly here, Brad, let's pivot. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show, by the way. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We were talking about this before the show earlier, How about this? This is, and at least in college athletics this year, this was the year of the Big Ten, with Indiana winning the college football national championship, UCLA winning the women's basketball championship, and Michigan winning the men's basketball championship. Just for March Madness, the Big Ten Conference amassed nearly $70 million from NCAA distributions paid for team appearances and performances in March Madness. It is by far the most among the conferences because your ILL was in the Final Four, Michigan was in the Final Four, UCLA women were in the Final Four, and the Big Ten, going back along with Indiana winning the college football, they just absolutely dominated college athletics in the arguably three biggest sports this year.
Oh, it just means more, though, the SEC, I'm told. Come on, man. I mean, the Big Ten absolutely crushed it in all the major sports. They had 6 teams in the Sweet 16. You already mentioned the pair of teams in the Final Four with Michigan winning the first Big Ten title since the year 2000. And, of course, Indiana probably making that storybook run in the college football regular season and in the college football playoff. They are the premier conference in all of college sports right now in terms of sports that make a buttload of cash, and that's football and, of course, in basketball to a lesser extent in hoops. But the SEC, obviously, they're not used to playing second fiddle. There's going to be a jockeying for power every single year, and the fat cats are going to remain fat and are just going to shell out more kibbles and bits to try to ensure that they can maximize as much money as humanly possible. But the Big Ten just smoked everybody this year, did laps around them, and you mentioned it, $69.4 million to be exact in net revenue. That will feed some of those, NIL programs essentially, and it will only continue to be a gravy train that will keep on chugging down the track. So I don't hate it as a Big Ten enthusiast by any stretch of the imagination until somebody dethrones them across the board in the major sports. The Big Ten is going to be here to stay with a bejeweled crown on thy head. And SEC, go ahead and kiss the cloak.
Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk Masters. Day one is nearly in the books. Scotty Scheffler, he's still on the course. Got off to a real hot start. He's slowing down, but the defending champ is right at the top. And plus a couple of disastrous round ones for some of the favorites in this tournament. Looking at you, Liv. All right, he's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
As for Kirk Cousins' old team, I think they are absolutely screwed heading into this season. So yesterday, Caleb McGarry retired for the Falcons. And you may hear that and say, who cares? I'm going to tell you why you need to care about this. Caleb McGarry is a former first-round pick, right tackle for Atlanta. So basically, he's the left tackle because both quarterbacks on Atlanta are lefties with Penix and Tua Tagovailoa. And you may remember, he got hurt out for the season right before the regular season started last year, and Atlanta had to scramble basically at left tackle, right, because Penix is a lefty last year, and now he's retired. The Falcons signed Jawan Taylor yesterday, the former Kansas City Chief, who is most famous for getting called for 1 billion false start penalties in Kansas City, where he's projected to start at right tackle this year for Atlanta. Basically, he's the left tackle because both quarterbacks are lefties. Also, the Falcons have started their offseason workouts, and you know who's not present? James Pierce, the guy that they traded this year's first-round pick, 13th overall, to the Rams to select at the back end of last year's first round. And Pierce was really good as a rookie. 10.5 sacks. Like, he was actually good. but he currently is dealing with 4 criminal charges, 3 of them felonies. I'm not going to get into the details, for a domestic dispute with the WNBA player girlfriend of his. He may never play again, and I'm not saying he won't. He could play this year. I have no idea how the legal process will play out, but he ain't present, and if you were betting on this, you'd think it's unlikely that he's going to play this year for the Atlanta Falcons, right? Fair to say? Also, their quarterbacks are Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. They're lucky that they're in a division with Tampa, Carolina, and the Saints. That is the only upside that you can look at. The only path to relevancy. And I love Kevin Stefanski. I think he's an awesome coach. I wanted the Giants to hire him. I don't think he's got much to work with here. And even given the state of that division, I don't think Atlanta's sniffing the playoffs this year. I think they are in huge, huge trouble and don't even have their own first-round pick to try and restock the cupboard. What is something in Danny Parkin's life that he would give up to play a round of golf at Augusta National?
Like, would I miss?
This is something with your kids. Yeah.
Yeah, would I miss both of my kids' high school graduations? like, you know what I mean? Like, I think I'd have to consider it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's like 300 members. We only know like 60 of them. I've heard stories of members being told, you're playing too much, like we're going to make you a tee time down the road. Because like they don't even let members play whenever they want to. You can't buy a round at a charity event. It doesn't exist. Like, they won't even auction off rounds for charities. Like, how could I possibly? Like, Peyton Manning is not going to invite me to play Augusta. Like, Condoleezza Rice is not going to ask me to play Augusta. So if I actually got invited to play Augusta, it is rarer objectively than my 2 well-to-do, smart sons who are 6 and 4 graduating high school. Like, I'm not saying I'd miss their wedding, but I think a high school graduation, I think I'd have to say, send me the pictures. Is that terrible? Probably. If my wife sees this clip, she'll be furious. But it's just, I think it's the correct answer.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. I feel like it's 2025 all over again here, Brad. I mean, deja vu. Masters day 1 at Augusta. We still got a couple of golfers on the course right now, including the world number 1, Scottie Scheffler, the 4-time major champion himself. And it looked like he might be in the mix to card a 65, maybe 7 under par after the start he got off to, with the man who put on the green jacket for the first time in 2022, the 2-time Masters champion. He went eagle, birdie on 2 and 3. Since then, nothing but par and 1 bogey. Scottie Scheffler tied for 7th right now at 2 under. He's on the 15th hole right now. But I said I feel like it's 2025 because the defending champion, Rory McIlroy, is tied for the lead. And Justin Rose, who had an incredible round one last year, he's got 2 holes left to go. He's 4 under. He's in 3rd place. So you got McIlroy and Rose, the 2 chaps from across the pond, right at the top of the leaderboard, along with Sam Burns, the American, who's 5 under. Plenty of takeaways to get into. So let's talk Rory, because he's the defending champion, and he looks primed for another run at the green jacket. He had a hell of a round today. He started off a bit slow. He birdied 2, then he bogeyed 3. And then from the 8th hole to the 15th hole, 5 birdies. The driver was cooking. The putter was on fire. He is tied for first again at 5 under. And the big story going into the week was, well, how is Rory McIlroy going to do now that he got the monkey off his back, right? He completed the career slam. Remember, he won 4 majors in the span of 3 years, but none at the Masters. And then it took him 11 years to finally do it, and a couple of collapses along the way. And he said, I feel like I'm relaxed. I'm as excited as I've ever been. I feel like I'm going to play free. And I wondered, okay, that's one thing to say it, and not that he's going to feel the pressure, but is the motivation, is he just going to be locked in, or is it going to feel like, hey, I've done it now, man. There's really nothing else for me to accomplish. And maybe Rory, who has been up and down to start the year in the smaller tournaments, maybe wouldn't play that great. Well, the monkey is off the back, and he looks like he might win another freaking green jacket here, tied for first place. And I saw an interesting stat. Out of all the reigning Masters champions to then be either in first place or tied for first the next year after the first round, only Jack Nicklaus went on to win the tournament again. So Rory might be en route to doing that. I didn't think he was going to have a great weekend. I just wasn't bullish on him. But, man, he's proven a lot of people wrong. And so I guess, hey, once you've done something, that pressure's not there. Probably a lot easier to play your sport or to hone your craft, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sometimes in these tournaments, given the fact they're played over 4 days, you don't want the horse to get out of the gate too early. I mean, obviously, you kind of want to be back with the pack and within striking distance, and then you're able to turn it on Saturday and, of course, on Sunday. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But, yeah, the experience card that he is playing is enormously valuable. I mean, he has been through the ins and outs of this tournament before. He's won the green jacket. He conquered some of those demons that he had in majors and finally got the grand prize in the end in that green jacket. So that's worth a ton. That's worth for him to, okay, we got to buy into this belief that the 500 on day one means he's likely going to be in contention throughout the entire tournament, if not win this thing going away. He knows the ins and outs. And we got perfect conditions at Augusta National Day. The brilliant sunshine splashing on the golf course. The greens, weren't terribly fast, but, normal conditions for the most part. Wind not blowing around, altering a lot of the shots. No precipitation in the forecast whatsoever. So it is ideal, and Rory is taking advantage because, again, that experience and the fact he's already won this thing in recent memory. So, I mean, if I'm a betting man, and I am, have I laid anything down on Roy to win it at this juncture? No. But if you can still get that at plus money right now at BetMGM, it might be worth the ticket, as that strong opening act from Rory McIlroy just could be a warm-up act of sorts. So what is to come this weekend?
Yeah. All right. Let's get to the brutal performances. Bryson DeChambeau, who is on the Live Tour and made the news this week because he made a 5-iron with a 3D printer. That is about as 2026 as it gets. Literally. Made a 5-iron with a 3D printer. Confirmed this morning that he's going to play with it. And this is somebody that a lot of people, and I said it yesterday, Brad, in the solo portion of the show, I said, look, my heart is rooting for Ludwig Åberg. I have kind of fallen in love with his game, the Swede. He had a great start. He had a horrendous back nine. But I said, I feel like my head feels like Bryson's going to win his first green jacket, because after struggling brutally with this course over the last couple of years and infamously making some headlines because he's like, yeah, I'm going to play it like it's a par 67. And then, basically just try to drive the ball 400 yards and then failing miserably at doing so. The last 2 years, tied for 6th, and last year tied for 5th. So a lot of people were very bullish, including myself, on Bryson going into this weekend. Boy, you could not have had much worse of a first round than Bryson DeChambeau had. He had a triple bogey on the 11th hole, 4 bogeys in total. He's 4 over and tied for 57th. And maybe the best thing of the day was watching him look like you, look like me, look like 99% of us when we play golf. It took him 3 tries to get out of the sand bunker on the 11th hole. He's literally just hacking away. The ball's not going anywhere. I mean, it looked like Happy Gilmore. It was fantastic. It was fantastic to see when these guys who are the greatest in the world at this sport look just like you and me do, Brad. So Bryson, he was asked about the 5-iron, the 3D printer iron, and he at the time he said he only hit it once today. And the reporter was like, how long does it take to make one? He goes, prints in 8 hours, machines, they're 3 to 4 hours. Then you have to cut grooves in it, do a bunch of other stuff. So you could have something within a day and a half. And the reporter's like, would that be something you would want to do for the weekend? Make another one? Then he's like, no, it's got to be USGA conforming. There's a whole process you have to go through. So, I mean, look, maybe he should break out the 5-iron more because none of the other clubs were working for Bryson. He had a terrible first round.
Yeah, one of us, right? I mean, cue the meme. Utterly ridiculous. I looked at the odds last night because we were talking about make or miss the cut. Morikawa, you were on looking up some odds on BetMGM. They weren't offered on Colin Morikawa to miss the cut because you were kind of all in given the back injury that he had. But I did glance at DeChambeau's odds to make and to miss the cut. To make the cut, Pat, he was minus 770. To miss the cut, I don't remember what it was, like plus 500, plus 550, might have been bigger than that. So it's like a foregone conclusion. The guy's going to make the cut, but 4 over after day 1, that's no bueno. Trending in the opposite direction. So, if you bet for him to, somehow, some way miss a cut, you're thinking, oh my God, that Hail Mary may connect. I might be like Aaron Rodgers in Detroit, old school back in the day. Chucking it for the 50-yard line as time expires. Oh I found my wide receiver touchdown. Green Bay wins. I mean, it could be a similar scenario that you're experiencing here on DeChambeau, whether he's got to make or miss a cut. So, yeah, bar none, probably the biggest shocker special of the day. And if I also recall correctly, Pat, he is the highest liability for BetMGM ticket-wise to win the Masters tournament. So the Fat Cats at BetMGM,
did Brad freeze or is that me?
Maybe. That's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, sorry. I think my internet just crapped out for 30 seconds. I just missed the last thing you said there, Brad. What you had me hanging on the cliff. What about him?
Your internet crapped out, kind of like his game on the course today. Very similar.
That's good. That's good. And then, all right, so DeChambeau, rough day. And just looking at the scores, obviously the second round will factor what the cut line is. But just looking at the first round, I got a feeling it's probably going to be +3. It'll be 3 over. So he's going to have to finish under par tomorrow, which he's obviously more than capable of doing. But, man, that I can just imagine. You're in the sand, you're in the bunker, which these guys make it look so easy to get out of, but it is so hard.
Yeah.
And he takes the first swing and the ball goes nowhere. He takes the second swing. The sand flies onto the green. The ball's just right there at his feet. I don't know. Some of these guys have really good restraint, man, because I would have went Happy Gilmore. I would have just home run swing, pimp the club, throw it into the freaking spectators area, and that would have been it for me. Had John Rahm Live Tour, Bryson's on Live Tour, John Rahm's on Live Tour. Those were 2 favorites to win the tournament. And the Live Tour is having a rough day. John Rahm, absolutely disastrous. +6. He bogeyed 4 times on the front 9, double bogeyed 13. He is having himself one weekend to forget. He is going to have to play a miracle round tomorrow. Shoot like he's going to have one of the best round 2 scorers on the table. Otherwise, he ain't going to make the cut, and that would be a massive shock. That would be as surprising as Bryson missing the cut. Those 2 guys might miss it together, And I hate the Live Tour just because it's separated from PGA, and I get it, right? The sports washing that has gone on here. But I never watched the Live Tour, and I won't watch the Live Tour because I don't care for a stupid team freaking 72 hole event where it's a sham. So I have nothing against John Rahm. I think he's a nice guy. I got nothing against Bryson, but it wouldn't upset me one bit if those guys missed the cut there. And even Fred Couples, 66-year-old Fred Couples, was beating both of those guys for most of the day. Again, 66 years old. This guy's still on the PGA Tour, and he was tied inside the top 10 for most of the day. And then, Brad, on the last 4 holes, he shot a 9, he shot a double bogey, and another double bogey. So Fred Couples, at 66 years old, still with the same score as John Rahm. That's John Rahm might be having a stiff drink or two tonight to forget about today.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And we had John Hasselbauer on yesterday, and he liked John Rahm, remember, as a potential sleeper in this year's Masters. So that off the table. But credit to Hasselbauer. He also liked Patrick Reed, who right now is tied for third at 3 under. So he may, bat 500. If you bat 500, that's a massive win. And how about Freddie Boom Boom Couples? That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's 66 years old. He's kind of like Walt Weiss of golf. It's great to be a 60-year-old. Walt Weiss last night charging the mound, or 2 nights ago with Jorge Soler taking him down the knees, and Couples going out and absolutely smoking Augusta until the last 3 to 4 holes. But it's going to be 60 plus apparently.
It is. It really is. The fountain of youth. All right, last thing. My favorite quote so far today. Rory McIlroy was asked in one of his post-round interviews, what do you plan on doing after first round 67 that has you tied for the lead? Here was Rory's quote. He said, I'll probably go up there, meaning to the champions locker room. I'll probably go up there right now and have a little drink, put my green jacket on, and then call it a day. You talk about a flex. You talk about a flex. I always wonder, do you wear the green jacket anywhere outside of Augusta? Like if Rory McIlroy is going to have lunch with his family, I forget if he's actually if he's divorced or if he's not divorced. I forget the whole thing that went on with that.
First date?
But if he's going out, say that again. First
date? Would you wear it?
That's what I'm saying. If he's just going out for a nice Sunday brunch, no matter where he's at, if it's in the off season, and he's in, I don't even know where Rory lives, but anyway, you get the point. If you're going out for a nice Sunday brunch with friends or with family, do they wear the green jacket? Is that considered? Because I would wear that thing probably every single chance that I got. Hey guys, you remember I won the Masters? Here's my green jacket.
Dude, I'd probably sleep in that bad boy. And if I were a single man, yes, I would be wearing that all the time, because that would be the flex on top of a flex on top of another flex. Rinse and repeat every single day. I think the ladies would swoon. They would flock to you if you were doing that. Side note, do you want to venture a guess? Because I have no idea. I'm asking your insights on this, Mr. Golf Expert. What do you think Rory was sipping on when he went to the locker room? Something stiff? Or is he having a high noon?
No. I would venture to say it's some kind of scotch or whiskey. That's my guess. I think. Let me see. Let me pull up his Masters Champions dinner, because they mentioned something about the drinks featured, and you're the alcohol guy, so maybe you have. I have no idea what this is. It says it featured premium selections like 1990 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Is that a wine?
Oh, wow.
2015
I don't know,
Salon Champagne. Yeah, Salon Champagne, so champagne. And then some Chateau something that I can't even try to pronounce. Let's see. All right, this one says Rory McIlroy has noted a preference for Jaeger bombs on nights out.
Oh, my guy! My guy! Okay, so all the frou-frou stuff, get the hell out of there with that. If you're down with a Jaeger bomb, if he is up in the locker room, green jacket on, slugging back Jaeger bombs, he's my spirit animal. That's my top golfer. I'm in.
You, me, him, Rory, and John Daly drinking Jaeger bombs. I mean, I'm down. Sign me up. Sign me the freak up right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Our producer Brandon Combs is saying in our show chat that the last two holes, Scotty Scheffler had birdie putts. One sat on the lip of the cup. The other one traced the entire cup and stayed out. So he easily could be
brutal.
4 under, but it looks like Scotty Scheffler has parred each of 14 and 15. So he's got 3 holes left to go in his opening round. But again, Rory McIlroy tied for the lead with American Sam Burns, both at 5 under. We'll continue to keep you posted on Scotty Scheffler's round 1 as day 1 of the Masters is coming to a close in the next half hour. When we come back, we'll recap Thursday matinee baseball games. The Yankees can't score a freaking run all of a sudden. And we'll play another edition of Let's Go Streaking. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What happens if, and I'm not suggesting the Texans go from the top defense to the 27th defense. That's not what I'm saying. What if they go from like 1 to 8? 1 to 11? A drop-off. Do you have confidence that C.J. Stroud and the offense can take a step forward to make up for the drop-off that the defense might have? I'm going to be real with you. I don't have that confidence. Remember Troy Aikman kind of blasting C.J. Stroud during that game, questioning his preparation? Is the time being put in? There are like whispers, and none of this is very negative. This is not to intimate that C.J. Stroud is engaging in like illicit activity or that he's a bad guy off the field. No one is saying that. I'm not saying it or intimating it. But there are like whispers that like the preparation might not be there with Stroud. And Troy Aikman basically said so, right? So what happens if the Texans offense takes a step back? David Montgomery was their big move at running back. Like Joe Mixon gets hurt, and unfortunately that situation goes the way it does. I don't think David Montgomery is any great shakes, my opinion, at this point in his career. And if you're counting on him to fix your run game, I think you've got big-time issues. The offensive line, once again, feels like a roll of the dice at best. And then you're counting on the 2 Iowa State rookies from last year, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I like both, but you're counting on them to take a step forward. Will Tank Dell ever be the player that he was? And, maybe we think he's going to play this year. He missed all of last season, remember, after an electric rookie year and a pretty good year number 2. Missed all of last year. Can he come back and can he be something for C.J. Stroud and this Houston Texans offense? I've got my concerns with the Texans. A little more than 2 months from now, we'll all be talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder. and this run that they've been on. I feel like most people don't like them. And I think that dislike right now is just at a simmer. Like they won one title, and that's okay, right? It was the first one. But think about the way people talk about the Thunder now, this season. They're foul baiters. SGA is a free throw merchant. And now they're starting to lean into it a little bit, into the heel persona. Not a ton, it's not really their MO, but they're leaning into it a little bit. Imagine how much you're going to dislike them, assuming you do already, if and when they beat either Jokic and the Nuggets, Wemby and the Spurs in the Western Conference Final, and then maybe the Celtics in the NBA Finals. And SGA wins another MVP and another Finals MVP. We are a little more than 2 months away from talking about the Thunder in a way that we have only talked about a handful of teams in the history of the NBA.
The game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We're going to go streaking in just a minute, which, in case you missed it yesterday, we'll explain once again. But quiet Thursday today in Major League Baseball, Brad. Only 5 games, 6 games on the docket. 3 of them have already finished, including my New York Yankees, which, after going up 2-0 in the first inning last night, they have now not scored a single run in 17 consecutive innings, and they only have 2 hits in the last 17 innings. The A's came back to beat them last night in the 9th inning, and then they get 1 hit today by lefty Jeffrey Springs. The Yankees get shut out and lose the rubber match to the A's 1-0. 1 hit. 1 hit for the New York Yankees. And again, 2 hits in the last 17 innings. Ben Rice, it was a no-hitter going into the 7th inning, by the way, until Ben Rice finally got the Yankees in the hit column with a single to right and actually had a runner in scoring position, and they still couldn't do anything. So all of a sudden, the Yankees' bats have gone quiet. They dropped 2 in a row to the A's. I know it's baseball, and it's 1 game out of 162, but oh my God, thank God there was the Masters today to at least give me some distraction from what is a ghastly performance from the Yankees bats. My God.
And let's get credit to Jeffrey Springs, man. He was hit his points. He was missing bats. Walked a couple of guys, but he was getting nothing but weak contact, a lot of ground ball outs, a couple of lazy fly balls that were there. So, I mean, he had a masterful performance. And that's just what happens in baseball. It's 162 games. You're 8-4 right now, so there is no reason to press a panic button. You're going to be A-okay in the bitter end. The Yankees should take what I feel is going to be one of the most competitive divisions in all of Major League Baseball, and sort of the most competitive division in the American League. So it's just a blip on the radar. Just take a chill pill. It's fine. 162 games. Remember that.
No, that's it. They're not making the playoffs. Everything Combs and I think was it Monty that picked the Yankees to not make the playoffs too, or is that just Combs? Combs is going to be right. Yankees aren't making the playoffs. They're terrible. Luis Gil's going to make his season debut on Friday at the new at the revamped Tropicana Field. Probably going to get destroyed, and the Yankees are going to lose to the Rays. They're going to get swept, and that'll be that. They'll be under 500 by the end of the month. I joke. Concerning news for the A's, by the way, their best player, Brent Rooker, they back pain apparently after he was injured on a swing in the very first inning, so he exited the game. So that's some concerning news for fantasy baseball players and baseball fans alike. We'll see what the status is of Brent Rooker. Hopefully it's just day to day. But elsewhere, the Marlins, I mean, they're 8-5 now. They crushed the Reds today.
Yeah.
8-1. Owen Casey is an absolute stud. He had another. He had 3 hits and 3 ribbies today. He's the real deal. And are the Marlins the real deal? What the heck is going on in Miami? What is happening?
Yeah, it was Max Mayer on the mound today. I needed 5 Ks out of him. He only gave me 4. Womp, womp. Yeah, I got to give credit where credit's due, though. Miami, I was looking like maybe they're going to be competitive. That's a team that you and I certainly dogged at the beginning of the season, but they're greatly exceeding expectations. Let me check the date again. Oh, my God. It's not even double digits in April yet. It's the 9th. Ask me the question at the end of this month, and I'll give you a real answer whether or not I truly believe in the Miami Marlins.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. We debuted it yesterday, and only Monty succeeded.
Ugh.
Well,
Yes.
Why don't we pop those pants off? Let's go streaking, baby.
Yeah.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! All right, here we go. The premise of Let's Go Streaking, we go around our entire crew, me, Brad, producer Brandon Combs, and video producer Monty, who is the owner and operator of his analytics-driven website, batters-box.com. And you know, that's why it's working. He was the only one to get a hit yesterday. We each just pick one player just to get a hit. We'll track our records over the course of the season, and we'll see who can get on a streak and who can pick a player that correctly gets a hit as many days in a row. So yesterday, Brad, you had Zach McKinstry. He did not get a hit. Combs had Alex Bregman. He did not get a hit. I had Jazz Chisholm. He got 2 walks, but didn't get a hit. Monty had Aranda. Was it Juan Aranda, right? And he got a hit in the very first at-bat. And so let's try this puppy again here. We got 3 games coming up tonight. D-backs, Mets, White Sox, Royals, and Rockies, Padres. So, Brad, who are you going with to get a hit tonight?
I'm going to go with a guy that typically murders LHPs, and I hope he's going to tee off against a southpaw pitcher starting for the Chicago White Sox, that being Anthony Kay, and that is Maikel Garcia of the Kansas City Royals. 6 for 13 so far this season. That's a .462 batting average with over a 1,300 OPS against left-handed pitchers. Kay, 4.00 ERA, not terrible, but you look at the xERA, expected ERA north of 8. So there's probably going to be a numbers adjustment. He's been hit hard, 58.6% hard hit rate this season, 10.3% barrel rate. Split a gap, Garcia, and I get off the schneid, and I go streaking for the first time this year.
Yeah, I want to go streaking, Brad. By the way, Jonathan Aranda, not Juan Aranda. That's my fault. That's my bad. I apologize. I heard they call him Juan in Venezuela, but he's Jonathan for all intents and purposes. All right, it's about to get going at Citi Field. D-backs, Mets. I'm going to go with somebody that's got good lifetime numbers off the opposing starting pitcher. Give me Bo Bichette, who's got a .385 career batting average off of Eduardo Rodriguez, the lefty for the D-backs. Bichette has lifetime hit lefties very well. He's starting to figure it out after a brutal start to the year. Give me Bo Bichette for the New York Mets. Combs, who you going with to get a knock?
I am going to go with Colson Montgomery of the Chicago White Sox. Has never faced Seth Lugo, but Seth Lugo gave up 27 home runs last year. I think Colson Montgomery hits one tonight, so I'll take that home run as my hit.
Ooh, okay. Calling a shot. Finally, Monty, you're the only one on the board so far. Trying to go 2 for 2 and get that streak going. Who you riding with?
What a better way to go 2 for 2 than with one of the best hitters in baseball, Bobby Witt Jr. He's got an elite rating tonight on my site, batters-box.com. Anthony Kay, horrible rating, very, very bad. He was in the NPB the last 2 years. I think that tells you all you need to know. Plus matchup for Witt in all 3 key categories. And in 49 games with an elite rating, he's gotten a hit 73% of the time. So I really like those odds tonight. And he's hitting .364 against lefties in the young season, which is just 4 for 11. But I like Witt a lot tonight.
All right, there you go. Brad is rocking with Maikel Garcia from Kansas City. I got Bo Bichette of the Mets. Combs going with Colson Montgomery, who he thinks goes deep, and Monty's going with Bobby Witt. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll continue to talk baseball when we come back with our MLB insider of Odyssey, Bob Nightingale. That's next on BetMGM Tonight.
But if the Jets take Bailey second, and the Arizona Cardinals, who are going to stink this year, they can't not stink. It's impossible. They play in a division with 3 monsters, like the meme with the 3 dragon heads, and then that look ferocious, and the other one that looks like you just found him after a bender weekend, and sitting in the corner of his apartment shivering. That's the Cardinals. They got to deal with the Rams. They got to deal with the Niners and the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. With Gardner Minshew or Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, good luck. And maybe they end up, that's the team that drafts Ty Simpson. We'll see. Arizona's not going to be good this year. If the Cardinals somehow lucked into Arvell Reese at 3rd overall, whose ceiling is to be like a transformative defensive player, I will come on the air Friday after the NFL draft, after round 1, which will be April 24th on this show, and tell you that the Cardinals are big winners. That is a dream scenario for the Arizona Cardinals.
I think you are, if you put yourself in a position as an organization that you have to trade one of the best players at his position in the sport, you have already failed. And I thought one of the appealing things about bringing in Harbaugh is that this nonsense shouldn't happen. My thought was, and Lawrence got ripped last year, and I was one of the people who was ripping him. He had a down year. He's out of shape. I didn't love his attitude. I didn't love the way he answered things in postgame. It just seemed like he didn't care. Part of the appeal for Harbaugh would be he comes in and he knows better than anybody else how important a player of Dexter Lawrence caliber is, and he would get him motivated, and he would take care of him and get the maximize Dexter Lawrence, get the best out of him. All Dexter Lawrence wants is to get paid. At least from my knowledge of it, it seems like he would be fine being here if he gets paid. Harbaugh clearly wants him on the team. I think they would be ridiculous. If you trade Dexter Lawrence, you have already failed, especially if you're talking about trying to win now. This is not what happened with the Jets with Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner a year ago with their total rebuild. The Giants can win some games now, and they can do so with Dexter Lawrence leading that defense, so I think they have to keep him.
Maxwell Hiller, who is the number 2 offensive tackle in the class of 27, not 26, but 27, has committed to the University of Florida to play for new Gators coach John Sumrall. Sumrall was a monster at Tulane, and once Florida struck out on Lane Kiffin, they turned their attention to Sumrall, and he quickly became their coach. Now, Florida in football has fallen on some tough times, right? Feels like a long time ago, and it's been over 2 decades since Urban Meyer was winning a ton of games and national titles. The Swamp. I don't know if John Sumrall is going to get Florida back to those true glory days, winning SECs, competing for national championships, but it feels like this is a step in the right direction. And this player, Hiller, won't play this year, but he presumably, as long as he keeps the commit, will play next year. If you're a Florida Gators fan, a great sign. And if you're the fan of another SEC football team, maybe it's time to worry a little bit about the sleeping football giant known as the Florida Gators.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, Scotty Scheffler just missed another birdie putt, so he stays 2 under. I'm keeping you posted on the world number 1 and the 4-time major champion, 2-time Masters champions opening round. Rory McIlroy tied for the lead at 5 under with American Sam Burns. But let's continue to talk some baseball here. Let's go to our guest line. And we're now joined by Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider calls are presented by Grainger for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Bob, quiet day across Major League Baseball. Only 6 games, 3 matinee, 3 in the evening. Have you watched any of the Masters today? You a big golf guy?
No, I like watching golf, but no, I was watching baseball and stuff, so I really haven't seen much of it.
There you go. Hey, that's your job, and so you are.
I think the Yankees would get no hit.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, getting no hit to the 7th inning. That was a brutal watch. I haven't scored a run in the last 17 freaking innings. But, Bob, we talked about it last week, and you said keep an eye out for an extension in the coming days for Connor Griffin. Well, spot on. Pirates give him a 9-year contract for $140 million, the largest contract in Pirates franchise history. Are the comparisons to Bryce Harper and Ken Griffey fair in terms of how good Griffin can be right away? And then do you feel this is a potential swing in the pendulum for Bob Nutting and the Pirates front office, who have, notoriously not spent a whole lot of money recently? Or was this just simply a deal they had to get done before it cost them even more money in just a year or so from now?
Well, it was a good PR move too, and probably a smart business move. If they think he's going to be the next, say, Bryce Harper, you got to, keep him around. And now you got him. You bought out 3 free agent years for sure, and there's another club option in there as well. So can buy out a 4 years of free agency. Plus now you have to worry about arbitration. I think what happened with the Tarek Skubal winning the $32 million arbitration scared clubs and say, wait a minute now, we don't want to go to the arbitration process and pay that kind of money. So a smart business move and certainly a good PR coup for Bob Nutting. If you're not going to sign, Paul Skeens to an extension, might as well, get this young player. And we'll see how good he is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Bob, the brawl between the Braves and the Angels the other night certainly stirred the blood. It resulted in a pair of suspensions with Jorge Soler receiving 7 games and Ronaldo Lopez getting 7 of his own. Do you feel the punishment for batters and pitchers is unfair? In reality, Lopez is going to miss only 1 start. Do you feel there should be a start minimum for starting pitchers when involved in fisticuffs? And what did you make of the fracas overall? How about Walt Weiss with the takedown? That was awesome.
It was. He's a tough dude. I was talking to the Atlanta players when they were in Phoenix just last week, and they were saying nobody hits the weight room harder than him, and and he keeps everybody out, says, hey, boys, it's adult swim time. It's my time in the gym. Then you guys come in here. So, yeah, great takedown. And, I agree with you. I mean, a position player, already the suspension for Lopez got reduced to 5 games. So all he's missing is not missing a start. He's having one start pushed back 1 day. So I think if you're a position player, you should at least get reduced down to, say, 4 games maximum, because that's you're missing 4 games where he's only missing 1.
Yeah, they got to do something about that. How about Walt Weiss in the gym? I absolutely love that at 62 years old. Bob, the Rockies and probably swept the Astros at Coors Field yesterday. They're now 500 on the season. I think hell's frozen over officially. Colorado's been one of the most surprising teams in the early season. What are your thoughts on Warren Schaefer's squad? Is it a lucky start, or do you feel this team is going to greatly exceed expectations? And let me ask you this. If I set a line for Colorado over or under 65.5 wins this season, what would you say?
So go under. It's just a start. I mean, remember all those years in Pittsburgh? They'd always get up to that great start, and you look up at the end of the year, they're in last place, losing 90 games, 95 games. So I will say the National League West is down. Outside the Dodgers, I wouldn't be surprised if nobody finishes over 500. If they do, barely. There's not a real force in there except for the Dodgers. That being said, I still think it's tough for them not to lose 100 games. I just, think their rebuild is going to take years and years.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Bob is our MLB Odyssey insider, and insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Bob, going back to the fracas we had the other night between Jorge Soler and Reynaldo Lopez, Brad and I, that night, we thought we were going to get some fireworks, but from a different series. Red Sox-Brewers, after Wilson Contreras was hit by Brewers pitching for the 24th time in his career, and he got hit by Brandon Woodruff for the 6th time. Contreras said he was going to take one of their guys out if Milwaukee hit him again. That was on Monday. They didn't plunk him again the rest of the series. But, Christian Yelich kind of said, we've seen this act before. Brandon Woodruff kind of, echoed those same comments. Do you think Wilson Contreras was in the right for his comments, or was he overreacting?
Well, if he had reacted and, went to the mound or something like that, since it was kind of premeditated, then he might have been facing a 10-game suspension. So, it would have been stupid for him to say that, and then at least he didn't act upon it. 24 times is a lot. But remember, the Cubs and Brewers played 1 million times, and the Brewers and the Cardinals being the same division. So they face those, they face each other so many times. He crowds the plate, and they think that's the best way to get him out. So it won't be the last time he gets hit. Just one of those things like, okay, let's see if we can intimidate him. Let's see, just, brush him inside. So, he swings and misses at pitches outside. So, it was great theater. I'm glad that, kind of said that. I remember years ago when there was talk, Roger Clemens said he was going to come out and hit a couple of the Oakland A's players. And Dave Stewart went to the outfield and talked to 3 outfielders out there. Fred Lynn, those guys said, hey, tonight's a 2-for-1 special. If Clemens hits one of my guys, 2 of you guys are going down. Nobody got hit.
Oh, that's a great anecdote right there from the wonderful Bob Nightingale. Bob, among supposedly formidable AL teams dwelling in the division basement again this season, which one out of the Red Sox, Tigers, or Mariners do you feel is most likely to be on a path to disappointment this year? Or do you feel that all 3 eventually right the ship and make the playoffs?
Yeah, I still think all 3 bounce back. The Red Sox you worry about a little bit more just because they didn't get any offense. They padded their rotation and got Ranger Suarez, who's been a big disappointment. So they still need to get another bat in there. So I think of those 3 teams, they could be in more trouble. Particularly because of the division they're in. I still think Seattle bounces back, and Detroit was a heavy favorite to win the Central, if not get to a World Series. But they're just playing real bad baseball right now. I can't see it outlasting though. They're just too good of a team, and that's just way too weak of a division.
Finishing up here with our MLB Odyssey insider for another 2-3 minutes or so, Bob Nightingale here on BetMGM tonight. Bob, finally, what do you make of the first 12 games of Tony Vitello's tenure as the Giants skipper? They got off to a brutal start. Back-to-back shutout wins, though, over the Phils, has them at 5-8. But more importantly, it's Vitello being as candid as humanly possible, saying that there's already been 3 clubhouse incidents with the team earlier in the season. He questioned if he was too fiery with them leading up to the season, and that was perhaps the reason why they couldn't hit their way out of a paper bag in the first week of the season. Tony Vitello coming over from college with Tennessee, Do you think his managerial style is suitable and sustainable over a full season and hopefully for much longer than that? Or do you think this could end badly in San Francisco?
I mean, it could end up badly, but it's way too early. And I think when he said clubhouse incidents, he actually meant, with guys calling each other out, like on the other day when Matt Chapman yelled at Casey Schmidt, that sort of thing. I don't think he actually meant things that go on in the clubhouse. If he did, that's a huge no-no, and I don't think he meant that. It's kind of silly too to say, well, I fired up the guys too much when I talked about the before the season. It's not a football game. Those guys are veterans. They're not going to get fired up or get down as far as, a clubhouse speech that, just listen. So no one's going to have, that kind of influence on a team. So I think that was a little silly. And maybe that's just talking about, that's the way it was in college, but it's not like at the major level.
Yeah, it's a good point. Good point. I think hopefully he'll learn to peel it back or tone it down a little bit. Maybe not peel it back. Maybe put the layers back on the onion. Say like you said. I don't think he meant to say clubhouse incidents, but those were his words initially. So yeah, it's been an interesting start nonetheless in the Bay Area. Bob, we appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the 3 games going on tonight. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we can't wait to catch up with you next week.
All right, look forward to it, guys. Take care. Stay away from Walt Weiss.
Thanks, Bob.
That's a good point he makes. Stay away from Walt Weiss. And that's a 62-year-old manager. Like that Brad, you mentioned the takedown tackle on Jorge Soler in that brawl the other day. I guess just by the looks of them or what we maybe know about them already, who is one baseball player, whether it's a pitcher or it's a position player, off the top of your head, who is one player you would never want to see in a dark alley? Who is one player you would never throw at, or a pitcher you would never want to be thrown at by?
All right, this is going to be really random, and a lot of people are going to think there is no way in hell you're being truthful, but I think he's built like a Weeble Wobble, and I think the guy would probably just absolutely scrape at like 5'0", Alejandro Kirk. Believe it or not.
That's a good one.
Catchers are nobody to mess with. And I think that guy, I could throw haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. He was like Butterbean back in the day in the ring, and he would just take body blow, headshots repeatedly and not move an inch. I got a feeling Alejandro Kirk would be that dude. I would like throw my best punch, and it would just like bounce and ripple off his body and be like, that's all you got? And then he would just deck me. That's a guy I don't want to mess with.
That's a good point. I mean, Judge and Stanton, just because, the Yankees, because I know that goes without saying. Judge, 6'8", 285 pounds. Even if he doesn't have a lick of fighting instincts in him, he gets his hands around you. You're not going anywhere. Pitching,
true.
I'd probably put Garrett Crochet in the mix, right? I mean, he's another massive guy that just looks intimidating as all hell. He's 6'6", 245, and he's from Mississippi, so maybe a southern style of fighting. I wouldn't want to catch him in a dark alley. So yeah, Garrett Crochet. Not only because it would also probably break a rib if he threw at you, 97 with tail coming in right into the rib cage. But then also, if you were to go charge the mound against him, 6'6", standing on a mound, he probably looks like he's 7 feet tall, and he looks like a tough SOB. So, yeah, I would never want to be thrown out by Crochet.
All you got to do is this. If it's like Aaron Judge out there, right, at his colossal height, you just pull a Walt Weiss. You go low. You take him at his knees. It's over.
That's easier said than done. So is that your strategy, Brad? You get into a brawl, you're charging the mound, or you're being charged at. Is the first thing you think of to try to tackle the guy?
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. I would try to spear him with the best of my ability and probably shatter a collarbone in the process.
This is real. This is real lethal, and I've never got into brawl. I told you the one time we were in college and we were playing our rival Susquehanna, who we hated. We swept them by one year. We got swept by them the next year, and we their pitcher threw at one of our guys at the end of the one game where they were beating us by like 6. So we returned the favor the next day, and their guys started chirping and started walking out towards the mound. And we all kind of walked out. We left the dugouts, 19, 20-year-olds, college kids hopped up on testosterone. You dream of those moments. You're like, imagine if we ever got into a brawl. We get halfway out of the dugout, both teams, and their manager, their coach, is he was like country strong. He was like 6'5", huge, the veins coming out of his arms. He runs over to home plate as we're like converging on one another, and he just goes, "Get back in the effing dugouts." And I tell you, you hear a pin drop and you just have that moment where you just look at each other and you're like,
Okay.
Yeah, this ain't happening. That was the closest I ever got. But I always dreamt of, if somebody charges them out at me as somebody that pitched in college, it would be dirty. It would be lethal. You maybe get, suspended by the NCAA, or if you're in the MLB, maybe you get suspended for like 30 games. The drop kick, the metal cleats, man. You're looking for blood.
Oh yeah.
You go drop kick. Nobody will ever mess with you ever again, unless you try to drop kick and you miss, and then you are the clown of the century.
Yeah, and you better make sure you got your cup on.
Oh, drop kick to the stones. All right. That was Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale, by the way. Insider calls are presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. All right, when we come back, Scotty Scheffler is finishing up his opening round at the Masters. A lot of missed birdie putts. We'll let you know how he finishes up on the 18th hole. We'll also talk a little NBA as well, because in 15 minutes from now, 9 months after, 10 months actually now after he tore his Achilles, Jason Tatum makes his return to Madison Square Garden, and the Knicks and the Celtics with a massive game tonight. I'll be locked in for it. We'll talk some NBA when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
As for Kirk Cousins' old team, I think they are absolutely screwed. Screwed heading into this season. So yesterday, Caleb McGarry retired for the Falcons. And you may hear that and say, who cares? I'm going to tell you why you need to care about this. Caleb McGarry is a former first-round pick, right tackle for Atlanta. So basically, he's the left tackle, because both quarterbacks on Atlanta are lefties with Penix and Tua Tagovailoa. And you may remember, he got hurt out for the season right before the regular season started last year, and Atlanta had to scramble basically at left tackle, right? Because Penix is a lefty last year, and now he's retired. The Falcons signed Jawan Taylor yesterday, the former Kansas City Chief, who is most famous for getting called for 1 billion false start penalties in Kansas City, where he's projected to start at right tackle this year for Atlanta. Basically, he's the left tackle, because both quarterbacks are lefties. Also, the Falcons have started their offseason workouts, and you know who's not present? James Pierce, the guy that they traded this year's first-round pick, 13th overall, to the Rams to select at the back end of last year's first round. And Pierce was really good as a rookie. 10.5 sacks. Like, he was actually good. But he currently is dealing with 4 criminal charges, 3 of them felonies. I'm not going to get into the details, for a domestic dispute with the WNBA player girlfriend of his. He may never play again, and I'm not saying he won't. He could play this year. I have no idea how the legal process will play out. But he ain't present, and if you were betting on this, you'd think it's unlikely that he's going to play this year for the Atlanta Falcons. Right? Fair to say? Also, their quarterbacks are Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. They're lucky that they're in a division with Tampa, Carolina, and the Saints. That is the only upside that you can look at. The only path to relevancy, and I love Kevin Stefanski. I think he's an awesome coach. I wanted the Giants to hire him. I don't think he's got much to work with here. And even given the state of that division, I don't think Atlanta's sniffing the playoffs this year. I think they are in huge, huge trouble and don't even have their own first-round pick to try and restock the cupboard. What is something in Danny Parkin's life that he would give up to play a round of golf at Augusta National?
Like, would I miss?
This is something with your kids. Yeah.
Yeah, would I miss both of my kids' high school graduations? like, you know what I mean? Like, I think I'd have to consider it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's like 300 members. We only know like 60 of them. I've heard stories of members being told, you're playing too much, like we're going to make you a tee time down the road. Because like they don't even let members play whenever they want to. You can't buy a round at a charity event. It doesn't exist. Like, so they won't even auction off rounds for charities. Like, how could I possibly, like, Peyton Manning is not going to invite me to play Augusta. Like, Condoleezza Rice is not going to ask me to play Augusta. So if I actually got invited to play Augusta, it is rarer objectively than my two well-to-do, smart sons who are 6 and 4 graduating high school. Like, I'm not saying I'd miss their wedding, but I think a high school graduation, I think I'd have to say, send me the pictures. Is that terrible? Probably. If my wife sees this clip, she'll be furious. But it's just, I think it's the correct answer.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. So, Scotty Scheffler, rough drive on 18 into the sand, but a nice scramble there to get back onto the edge of the green and then two-putt his way to par. So he finishes 2 under in his first round, but you got to feel it was disappointing, man. He missed several birdie putts that probably going to be in his nightmares tonight, considering he started the round with an eagle on the second and a birdie on the third. He was 3 under through the first 3 holes. And then he goes +1 the rest of the way. So 2 under, but tied for 6th. It's only day one. We know Scotty can move like nobody else during the weekend, and he can easily be atop the leaderboard tomorrow. But it's a pretty star-studded leaderboard. Again, we talked about Bryson DeChambeau having a disastrous opening round, John Rahm having a disastrous opening round, but all inside the top 10. You got Rory, the defending champ, right at the top with Sam Burns. You got Jason Day. You got Patrick Reed. You got Shane Lowry. You got the X-Man, Xander Schauffele. You got Justin Rose. You got Scotty. You got Tommy Fleetwood. Gary Woodland, who is a tremendous story, battling PTSD, had to have brain surgery for a lesion on a tract of his brain. And because of that, a bit of a benign tumor pushing down into the part of the brain that, basically makes us experience fear. So he said he felt like he was waiting. Every day he woke up for months feeling like he was going to die. He was scared to die. And it was just, he was having panic attacks. He came back and earlier this year, wins the Houston Open, and Gary Woodland in the top 10 right now. So that is a tremendous story. But day one at the Masters is just about wrapped up. You only got like one or two golfers left out on the course right now. So an exciting first day, star-studded top of the leaderboard. Can't wait to talk more about it tomorrow. But Brad, let's talk a little NBA here because we've got 4 days left in the regular season. Tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. 5 days from now, we'll have play-in tournament games. And 9 days from now, the official start of the first round of the NBA playoffs. And with that, last night, the Oklahoma City Thunder lock up the number 1 seed. They cruise against the Clippers. There are 64-16. And look, I know we've debated whether the Spurs can take them down or not. We debated if anybody in the East, like the Pistons or my Knicks or the Celtics, can take them down or not. I mean, unless we saw plenty of injuries last year, and of course that can happen. It would be unfortunate. Tatum, torn Achilles, Halliburton in the finals in that last game, torn Achilles. Giannis several times getting injured in the playoffs over the last couple of years. It feels like it's the nature of the beast. But, I mean, barring an injury to SGA, I'm not picking against the Thunder, man. I'm sorry. They had been injured. They've had injuries throughout the year. Jalen Williams, their second best player. Chet Holmgren missed several games. Isaiah Hartenstein. And yet, no matter who was playing and who was filling the duty of somebody else on a nightly basis, they just cruised their way to victory all season long. They had an average margin of victory of more than 12 points this year. The second best was the Spurs at 8.5. So at 64-16, fully healthy, ready and primed to go for another title run, home court advantage throughout the entirety of the playoffs. I'm not picking against the Thunder. I think they're going to win the title yet again, and I don't see anybody stopping them.
Yeah, and I think the dynasty chatter is going to begin as a result. Nick Friedel, we have on the show all the time. He's been talking about, I can't buck the OKC Thunder and my belief that they are going to win the NBA title. And, you're of the same ilk, and it's understandable. I mean, this is a team that's peaking at the right time. They had that kind of mid-season lulls. A lot of teams do. They're kind of sleepwalking through the competition. But, man, they are firing all cylinders right now. Their last 15 games, Pat, they're 14-1 overall with a net rating, according to NBA.com, of 16.9. Now, to put that in perspective, the second best team in net rating over that span is probably their stiffest competition in the West, and that's the San Antonio Spurs. But they outdistanced them by 3.1 points because the Spurs had 13.8 in net rating, which is outstanding. But OKC just that much better. So I'm with you, man. There are blips. There are potholes in the road all the time. You never know what's going to happen with the injury. I'm constantly lurking. But pound for pound, no matter we're talking about the West, no matter we're talking about the East, coast to coast, the best team in the National Basketball Association, clearly the Oklahoma City Thunder, they are indeed the team to beat because they're playing their best basketball of the season.
If somebody's going to knock them off, and again, I don't think it would happen unless you have an injury to SGA or Jalen Williams or Chet Holmgren. Is it the Spurs, in your opinion? Or who else in the West could potentially dethrone the defending champs? Who would you give the best chance of doing that to?
Probably San Antonio, again, for the reasons already laid out. Number 2 in net efficiency in their last 15 games, in which they have won 13 of their last 15. They have one of the best players on the planet, and Victor Wembanyama, a really good supporting cast as well. Usually a very excellent defensive team, and they have only given up 1.089 points per possession in their last 15 games. That's a team that can maybe push OKC, let's say, to 7-game series to the brink. They go to a game 7. It's at that point a single game elimination format. 50-50 balls, bounces this way, bounces that way. Somebody gets in foul trouble. Somebody takes advantage of this or that. You just never know what wonky stuff could occur, and maybe San Antonio takes advantage and tears them down. So I think they're definitely in the conversation to compete with OKC in the West, and I think to a lesser extent too, the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets, they went through a lull themselves mid-season. We're really, really sure where they're going to wind up in the West. They had to get healthy, had to get complete, had to get whole. they have the best player on the planet, Nikola Jokic, and they're playing exceptional basketball here in their last 15 games, and which are number 4 in the NBA in net efficiency, much improved defensively, phenomenal offense. They're averaging 1.259 points per possession in their last 15 games. That's off the charts. That's galactically good. So there's only 2 teams in my mind that could ultimately compete with OKC and possibly, when they breaks their way, possibly bounce them out of the West and prevent them from getting to the NBA Finals. San Antonio 1 and the Denver Nuggets at number 2, and that's it. End of list.
Yeah, for me, the only team that could do it is Denver. I mean, they took Oklahoma City to a Game 7 last year in the second round of the playoffs, and that was with Michael Porter Jr. basically having, one shoulder, and then Aaron Gordon got hurt late in that series as well. And you mentioned it. Denver, the injuries that they suffered early on in the season, almost their entire starting lineup was out. Aaron Gordon has missed. He's only played 36 games. Christian Brown's only played 44 games. Cam Johnson has been hurt for a third of the season. Jokic missed most of January, and here they are. Look at what they've done now over the end of the season. 10-game winning streak. They've been on fire since March, and they've really only lost to some of the best teams in basketball. And they got the number 1 offense in the NBA. Offensive rating, 121.1, number 1 in the NBA all season long. And that's considering the injuries they have. And I know you might be thinking, well, the Spurs, look what they did head-to-head. For me, I still think playoff experience matters so much, and I think the lack of it for San Antonio is going to be a problem for them this year. And so they would only meet the Thunder if they get to the conference finals. But I think Spurs, Nuggets, second round, I think Denver's experience, I think their offensive firepower is going to prove to be the difference. And if the Nuggets do end up getting the 3 seed, which is what they are right now with just a couple of days left to go in the regular season, I think they knock out the Spurs. And I think if they're healthy, they could knock out the Thunder because they had 2 of their starters missing for the back end of that series. I shouldn't say missing. Again, Michael Porter Jr. played. He might as well have been missing. And they still took them to a Game 7. You mentioned it. They have Jokic. They have Jamal Murray, NBA champions. It's most of this core. And I think they could absolutely, you would think, again, like I said with the Spurs, they've beaten them 4 out of 5 times because they're a defensive-minded team. The Thunder are a defensive-minded team. So that's kind of, you could say, well, maybe that might be their match. I honestly think it's the opposite. I think a team that can score, a team that can shoot, a team that has playmakers and MVPs like Jokic and Jamal Murray, that could be the ultimate meet-your-maker moment for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think they've got the best chance of knocking off OKC. All right, last night, Cade Cunningham in the East, that's the 1 seed, the Detroit Pistons, returned after missing the last 11 games and 3 weeks with a collapsed lung. And limited time, only played about 26 minutes. The Pistons won in blowout fashion. But Cade Cunningham only takes 11 shots, and he scores 13 points, drops a double-double with 10 assists, and grabs a handful of rebounds as well as the Pistons crush the Bucks. So I guess we really won't know. He looked good last night. Again, collapsed lung. You have no idea how somebody's going to recover from that. But from everything that was reported on, and then he comes back to play with a couple of games left to go in the season, they were unsure if he was going to return before the playoffs. Assuming Cade Cunningham is going to be 100%, are the Pistons the best team in the East? As a diehard Knicks fan, I say no. I think if it's Celtics-Knicks in the second round, whoever wins that series goes to the NBA Finals. Do you agree with me, Brad, or do you think Detroit's going to prove a lot of people wrong in the postseason?
I think they're certainly in the conversation to prove a lot of people wrong. I think we had this conversation, I'm going to say like maybe 2 months ago, and I was like, I fully bought in on Detroit. Cade Cunningham is a megastar, and they got a lot of excellent supportive cast around him. They've been phenomenal defensively all season long. And, you really got to tip your cap to Detroit because they didn't really fall off the continental shelf into a deep, dark abyss with Cade Cunningham on the sidelines. I mean, you look right now, their net efficiency over the last 15 games, they're number 5 in the NBA, and they only had Cade back for one of those contests, and that was a game last night. So if they can galvanize again very quickly with their star back on the floor, their floor general back in action, this team is going to be tough to beat. Now, if I got to stack my chips, I got to stack my greenbacks. I got to bet on something. It's not your beloved New York Knicks. It's got to be the C's. It's got to be the Boston Celtics. They've been there. They've done that. They're healthy. They're whole. I think they're the best defensive team in the Eastern Conference. So I think right now it's Boston. A firm number 2 for me is Detroit. And we'll see about your Knicks. They're not exactly playing the best basketball of the year, but they are still top 10 in net efficiency in the NBA over the last 15 games. And let me flip it back to you. What do you make of the Hornets? Are we sleeping too hard on this team? They just keep winning.
They do. And they had a great, kind of another good litmus test against the Celtics the other night, where they beat them up. They beat the crap out of them a couple of weeks ago before Tatum came back and made his season debut. They've played him twice since. Boston beat them by 15 in Charlotte. Hornets had a 10-point lead in the first quarter. They led all the way through, midway through the third quarter, and then Boston turned it on. They revved it up, and they ended up beating them again. I wouldn't say comfortably, but the Celtics flexed their muscles on them. And I think that was a microcosm of what we'll see in the playoffs. Again, the Hornets, they are a game and a half out of the 6th seed for the East. So there's only 2 games left for them. They have to win both. They have to hope the Raptors lose both. So it's more than likely the Hornets are going to be in the play-in tournament. And it's not even a guarantee that they're in the 7 versus the 8. I think worst case scenario for Charlotte is they're in that 7 versus 8 matchup. They win it. They get the 7 seed, and they got to play the Celtics. And I think last year we kind of have a similar scenario where the Magic, they were a really scrappy young team, played great defense, played the Celtics in the first round. A lot of people were like, oh, look out. They might test the Celtics. And they did. They still ended up losing in 5 games. I think it's probably similar for the Charlotte Hornets. I love this team. I keep calling him my little stepbrother. I love the way Con Knippel has played. He should be Rookie of the Year. Brandon Miller has elevated. LaMelo Ball is playing really consistent basketball. But if they play the Celtics, at best, they get it to 6 games, probably get knocked out in 5. And so I think best case scenario, outside of being a 6 seed and playing the Knicks in the first round, which I would be very, very scared of, honestly, best case scenario for them is they get the 8 seed and they play the Pistons in the first round, because that is a team that I think they can hang with. And, we've seen.
Interesting.
Right? We've seen the Heat knock out the Bucks a couple of years ago. Giannis' injury had a big thing to do with it.
Well,
but we've seen a couple of times in the last 2 decades here, 8 seed knocking out a 1 seed. If the Charlotte Hornets go up against the Pistons in the first round, that's going to be a war. And I think Charlotte will have their opportunities to win that series. So that's what I make of Charlotte. They got 3 different possibilities. Still could mathematically be the 6. More than likely, they'll be in the play-in tournament. If they play the Celtics, I don't think they have a chance. If they play the Pistons, I think they'll have a real good chance of getting into the second round and pulling off a big upset. And then really quickly, Brad, they are tipping it off here any second at Madison Square Garden. Biggest game of the night. Speaking of that playoff seeding, last chance for my New York Knicks to grab that 2 seed and try to get home court advantage for a potential playoff matchup in the second round with the Celtics. Knicks have to win this game. They've got to win out. They need the Celtics to lose out. But Knicks Celtics at the Garden, and it's the first time since tearing his Achilles last year at MSG that Jason Tatum is back at the Garden. He said, quote, yeah, I've thought about it. I'm not thrilled to go back and play there. Last time I played there, obviously, it was a traumatic experience for me. So he said he's just trying to play it like it's just another game on the schedule. Jaylen Brown is not playing this game for the Celtics. So I wonder, with Tatum most likely having increased usage and the Celtics playing a back-to-back tomorrow, he's probably going to sit for that game. I wonder if we see Tatum come back to the Garden and have a monster performance, or if it is a bit of a traumatic experience for him and he struggles. That is, I hope the Knicks put him in a blender. I hope OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges lock him down. But something tells me that as much as I've criticized Jason Tatum because I'm a Knicks fan, he is capable of doing incredible things. And in the pit of my stomach, I fear that this game's going to tip off in a minute, and he might have a 35-point triple-double in this game tonight.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to mess around and get a triple-double, and you are fearing that right now. In the back of your mind, that is definitely a distinct possibility there on the table. I agree, man. I think he's going to cowboy up. The guy is an ultimate gamer. He is a living legend, to say the least, and even without Jaylen Brown on the floor, again, Boston's just playing terrific basketball, and they've been locking fools down defensively. So I bet that was an expensive ticket to acquire. To say the least, with so much on the line against one of your arch rivals inside the Garden. It does get much better than that. So, yeah, we're going to definitely keep tabs on the action between your beloved Knicks and the Boston Celtics with that 2 seed on the line for New York. But I tend to agree, Jason Tatum is probably going to show up and absolutely ball out for Boston.
Yeah, and I just checked as you mentioned it, and I just pulled it up very quickly. So I think this is probably close to accurate. Game's about to tip off. It looks like the cheapest ticket in the Garden right now is $345 at tip off.
There you go.
Right now.
There you go.
For one of the last games of the regular season. We know once the playoffs start, that's going to double. That cheapest ticket will probably be about $600 to sit in the bleeds for a playoff matchup at Madison Square Garden. I mean, it's the price. It's the price you pay to play on Broadway in Manhattan, man. But damn, I don't know. I probably won't. Well, I'll be here doing the show with you. But if it's a Saturday or a Sunday, I don't know if it's worth going to a playoff game for me. Honestly, if I drop $600, I mean, and that's
dude, add a couple of zeros and you get to sit on Ben Stiller's lap. What's better than that?
Yeah. $15,000 to go sit courtside. Yeah, now I can sit next to Ben Stiller. And imagine you like empty, you dig into your life savings to sit, to pay like a $1,500 to go to an NBA Finals game, which NBA Finals, $1,500 maybe get you in the bleeds at MSG. But if that's the case, like imagine you do all that and then it's like a 30-point blowout and they lose. What a waste of money.
Oh, it sucks. Oh, total waste of money. You have regrets immediately. I've been there. Like, I haven't spent that much money, but I spent an exorbitant sum on a couple of games in college basketball, and I went and I endured and I suffered at the bitter end. And I think my wife goes, why are we spending this kind of money on this when, inevitably this could be the result? I'm like, because we're fans and we have to endure the pain, the good, the bad, the ugly. That's what we do.
Yeah, I guess, right? Any way to justify it. 310-840-4910. Sorry, I don't know if I could pay the mortgage this month. We went to that game and Illinois lost by 30. 310-840-4910. That's the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we'll do a little start, sit, and cut. We'll get you caught up on some scores around the world of baseball and the NBA. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What happens if, and I'm not suggesting the Texans go from the top defense to the 27th defense. That's not what I'm saying. What if they go from like 1 to 8? 1 to 11? A drop-off. Do you have confidence that C.J. Stroud and the offense can take a step forward to make up for the drop-off that the defense might have? I'm going to be real with you. I don't have that confidence. Remember Troy Aikman kind of blasting C.J. Stroud during that game, questioning his preparation? Is the time being put in? There are like whispers, and none of this is very negative. This is not to intimate that C.J. Stroud is engaging in like illicit activity or that he's a bad guy off the field. No one is saying that. I'm not saying it or intimating it. But there are like whispers that like the preparation might not be there with Stroud. And Troy Aikman basically said so, right? So what happens if the Texans offense takes a step back? David Montgomery was their big move at running back. Like, Joe Mixon gets hurt, and unfortunately that situation goes the way it does. I don't think David Montgomery is any great shakes, my opinion, at this point in his career. And if you're counting on him to fix your run game, I think you've got big-time issues. The offensive line, once again, feels like a roll of the dice at best. And then you're counting on the 2 Iowa State rookies from last year, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I like both, but you're counting on them to take a step forward. Will Tank Dell ever be the player that he was? And, maybe we think he's going to play this year. He missed all of last season, remember, after an electric rookie year and a pretty good year number 2. Missed all of last year. Can he come back, and can he be something for C.J. Stroud and this Houston Texans offense? I've got my concerns with the Texans. A little more than 2 months from now, we'll all be talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder and this run that they've been on. I feel like most people don't like them. And I think that dislike right now is just at a simmer. Like, they won one title, and that's okay, right? It was the first one. But think about the way people talk about the Thunder now. This season. They're foul baiters. SGA is a free throw merchant. And now they're starting to lean into it a little bit. Into the heel persona. Not a ton. It's not really their MO. But they're leaning into it a little bit. Imagine how much you're going to dislike them. Assuming you do already. If and when they beat either Jokic and the Nuggets, Wemby and the Spurs in the Western Conference Final, and then maybe the Celtics in the NBA Finals. And SGA wins another MVP and another Finals MVP. We are a little more than 2 months away from talking about the Thunder in a way that we have only talked about a handful of teams in the history of the NBA.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome back to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Let's do a little start, sit, cut, shall we? Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix here. Combs, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
What is going on, boys? Give me a second. I'm trying to get my camera working. I don't know what the hell's going on right now.
You look better that way.
Yeah, you do.
I probably do. I do have a face for radio.
Keep the audience guessing, buddy.
While Combs is getting his camera ready, Celtics lead the Knicks 9-7 here in the first 5 minutes of the first quarter, and I think the Knicks are already over the limit, or at least, actually, I don't know why. Jason Tatum was just shooting free throws. because, when he wasn't attempting a shot. So I don't know what the hell the call was. But I was going to say, it's 5 minutes into the game and the Knicks already committed 5 fouls. Are you kidding me?
I got a feeling that there was a lot of people in the stands that are already over the limit. I think that's kind of par for the course in MSG. Am I wrong?
Yes and no. Because the drinks are so damn expensive. I mean, as they are in a lot of places. But I don't know. I honestly, and I've sat mostly in the second section or in the nosebleeds because I don't have $2,000 to just drop on a game. I don't think I've had too many rowdy experiences at MSG. It's rowdy afterwards when everybody spills out onto the street, especially after a playoff game, when it just turns into pure mayhem. But I haven't been at a Knicks game where there's too many people that are hammered. I don't know. Maybe I've just happened to be fortunate, but I can't remember ever experiencing it.
There needs to be more pre-gaming. That would be my recommendation. If the beers are like $20 a pop, there are a lot of fine watering hole establishments in Manhattan, and I probably hit at least, I'm going to say 24 of them in my lifetime.
All right, Combs, start, sit, cut. What do you got?
All right, let's go to the 9th inning of a Game 7. Start, sit, cut. Mason Miller, Edwin Diaz, or Johan Duran? Brad?
I'm going to start Mason Miller. Straight gas, homie. 14+ K per 9 this year. Guy's got electric stuff. I'm going to bench Edwin Diaz. And I guess Duran is the guy I'm going to have to cut. I mean, Diaz got a 14+ K per 9 this season in his own right. He usually slams the doors this season for the LA Dodgers. So Miller, Diaz, Duran in that order, start, bench, cut.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to copy and paste that. I mean, Mason Miller hasn't given up a run since last August, right? So he's actually untouchable right now. Edwin Diaz is proven in the postseason, and that strikeout rate is incredible. And then, Johan Duran, I mean, he's got a career 2.42 ERA, but I mean, it's tough. He's the odd man out here for me. So start Mason Miller, bench Diaz, and cut Johan Duran.
Yeah, make that 3 for 3. Because I'm on the same boat with you guys. And then you reverse order in order of entry onto the mound. I think Johan Duran has the coolest. Edwin Diaz has the second coolest. And Mason Miller with the third coolest. All right. To manage your team in the playoffs, Craig Counsell, Aaron Boone, Alex Cora. Start, sit, cut, Pat.
A lot of this is just off pure vibes and, plus postseason, championships they've won. So I'll start Alex Cora, I'll bench Booney, and I'll cut Craig Counsell. I wouldn't want him managing my team in October anytime soon.
And I'm going to copy and paste your start, sit, cut there. Cora's got to be number one. Obviously, he's already got a World Series title, AL pennant. He's won 53.5% of his games, 18-10 in the postseason. Booney's number 2, 25 and 27 in the postseason. Then my Craig Counsell from my lovely Chicago Cubs. It's 11-16 in the postseason. So I got to start Cora, bench Boone, and cut Craig Counsell. But he's got great hair.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm starting Cora. I'm going to bench Craig Counsell, though. I think he's a better manager than Aaron Boone is overall. I think Aaron Boone makes a lot of very questionable decisions with his bullpen, with his pitching rotation. Craig Counsell, you could argue sometimes you can get the same thing from Counsell, but I trust Counsell more in the long run to put together a lineup than I do Aaron Boone. So I'm going to go with I'm going to bench Craig Counsell. I know Pat hates that answer.
No, I don't. I don't hate it. There are a lot of people that are big vocal. It feels like a third of the Yankee fan base wants Aaron Boone fired every single year because
that's correct.
Because the batters don't hit in October. The Yankees lose a 2-1 game, but he brings in a reliever that gives up 1 run. Oh, Aaron Boone! All right, more sports next. We'll do some mock drafts as well when we return. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
But if the Jets take Bailey second, and the Arizona Cardinals, who are going to stink this year, they can't not stink. It's impossible. They play in a division with three monsters, like the meme with the three dragon heads, and then that look ferocious, and the other one that looks like you just found him after a bender weekend, and sitting in the corner of his apartment shivering. That's the Cardinals. They got to deal with the Rams. They got to deal with the Niners and the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. With Gardner Minshew or Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, good luck. And maybe they end up, that's the team that drafts Ty Simpson. We'll see. Arizona's not going to be good this year. If the Cardinals somehow lucked into Arvell Reese at third overall, whose ceiling is to be like a transformative defensive player, I will come on the air Friday after the NFL draft, after round 1, which will be April 24th, on this show, and tell you that the Cardinals are big winners. That is a dream scenario for the Arizona Cardinals.
I think you are, if you put yourself in a position as an organization that you have to trade one of the best players at his position in the sport, you have already failed. And I thought one of the appealing things about bringing in Harbaugh is that this nonsense shouldn't happen. My thought was, and Lawrence got ripped last year, and I was one of the people who was ripping him. He had a down year. He's out of shape. I didn't love his attitude. I didn't love the way he answered things in postgame. It just seemed like he didn't care. Part of the appeal for Harbaugh would be he comes in and he knows better than anybody else how important a player of Dexter Lawrence caliber is, and he would get him motivated, and he would take care of him and get the maximize Dexter Lawrence, get the best out of him. All Dexter Lawrence wants is to get paid. At least from my knowledge of it, it seems like he would be fine being here if he gets paid. Harbaugh clearly wants him on the team. I think they would be ridiculous. If you trade Dexter Lawrence, you have already failed, especially if you're talking about trying to win now. This is not what happened with the Jets with Quentin Williams and Sauce Gardner a year ago with their total rebuild. The Giants can win some games now, and they can do so with Dexter Lawrence leading that defense, so I think they have to keep him.
Maxwell Hiller, who is the number 2 offensive tackle in the class of 27, not 26, but 27, has committed to the University of Florida to play for new Gators coach John Sumrall. Sumrall was a monster at Tulane, and once Florida struck out on Lane Kiffin, they turned their attention to Sumrall, and he quickly became their coach. Now, Florida in football has fallen on some tough times, right? Feels like a long time ago, and it's been over 2 decades since Urban Meyer was winning a ton of games and national titles. The Swamp. I don't know if John Sumrall is going to get Florida back to those true glory days, winning SECs, competing for national championships, but it feels like this is a step in the right direction. And this player, Hiller, won't play this year, but he presumably, as long as he keeps the commit, will play next year. If you're a Florida Gators fan, a great sign. And if you're the fan of another SEC football team, maybe it's time to worry a little bit about the sleeping football giant known as the Florida Gators.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You could call the show. You can also text the show. As we begin hour number 3, we're going to get to 2 weeks out from the draft. So we're going to get to some NFL draft first round mocks in just a bit. All of the projected mock drafts, the average player that is supposed to go to these teams in that position, all the questions. What could these teams do alternatively? What are their biggest needs? And all the headlines surrounding these teams as we go through the top 10 picks tonight. As I can't believe it, Brad. 2 weeks out. We are 2 weeks out. It feels, I feel like in years past, and maybe it's just because Fernando Mendoza is like the surefire number one pick, not even a debate, despite what Dan Orlovsky, the charade that he pulled a couple of weeks ago with the whole Ty Simpson thing. It feels like there hasn't been a lot of buzz in this year's draft. Maybe it's just me, maybe because we're in the mix every day. And I'm sure it'll heat up in about a week from now, but I don't know, man. I feel like is this draft less juicier than other ones?
Yeah, I kind of get that feeling as well, but I think this is a normal feeling that we get when the calendar, it flips to April. We're still thinking about the Final Four, March Madness, a national title game, and of course, it's been played earlier this week, so we haven't quite flipped yet. The belief and just kind of the overall feeling toward the NFL. I give it a week. I mean, I'm on vacation next week. I'm going to be by the pool in Phoenix, Arizona, soaking up some vitamin D, which I desperately need right now. So I'm going to probably have nothing but margaritas for about 5 straight days. And when I emerge from that fog, from that haze, and I return to the air, it will be NFL draft week. And then it really starts to build and it gets loud. So it's going to crescendo. My guess, probably starting Wednesday of next week, then people are really going to get giddy. They're going to get quite excited. And they're going to be thinking, oh, my God, we're going to be talking football. It's been so long. It really hasn't. But that thirst is going to be there. That hunger is going to be there. And they're ready to bite in like any number of items that I see every day on my television screen advertised for Taco Bell. Put it in my mouth now, please.
So, again, the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. As we go through these teams here, if you're a fan of any of the teams picking in the top 10, in this segment, we're going to focus on the top 5, and you want to make your thoughts known on what player you think your team should draft or any of the offseason headlines that they've generated so far, feel free to join the show. Again, you can call or you can text 310-840-4910. You can also tweet the show at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's start with the no-doubter here at number 1, Brad, and that is Fernando Mendoza, Indiana quarterback. I mean, easiest number 1 pick in recent memory here. But over the last week or so, you and I about whether or not Fernando Mendoza should start week 1 or learn under the tutelage of Kirk Cousins for, 3, 4, 5 games. Clint Kubiak started this. He himself, the Raiders head coach. This wasn't like reports, so this wasn't like speculation. The new head coach of the Raiders literally said himself, he goes, in an ideal world, he doesn't start right away. And then that generated some debate. And then yesterday, Kirk Cousins, he said publicly that he talked to Clint Kubiak and said that the best quarterback needs to play right away, even if it's not him. I don't necessarily, I buy that from Kirk Cousins, but a competitor like him, despite the last 2 years that he's had that have been some down years in Atlanta, I can't believe that Kirk Cousins actually would willingly relinquish this starting job unless Clint Kubiak said, like, hey, Fernando Mendoza looks like a seasoned vet. We're going to him, man. So, again, I think the question is, does Mendoza start right away, or do you think he's going to sit for a couple games? I know you want him to start right away, and I want the opposite. But what do you think ends up actually happening?
Well, look, it's going to be determined. I think all about performance in training camp. Does he pick up the system immediately? Is he getting the reads and progressions the way the coaching staff needs him to, appeal to those reads and progressions? Kirk Cousins is going to be a tutor, essentially. He's going to take Mendoza under his wing and guide him and bring him along. And, I think Kirk Cousins is being honest and genuine in his point of view. Best quarterback in camp. In the preseason wins the week 1 gig, period, end of story. And that's what's going to shake out, I believe, there in Sin City. Now, do I believe Mendoza's, exponentially better than Kirk Cousins at this point in their respective careers? No, I don't. Now, I think Mendoza is going to be NFL ready. I think he is going to come in. He's going to pick up the system and the snap of a finger. He's a very studious guy. And he's a guy, too, that's going to be able to perform at a high level. Because, again, he did Indiana last year. I know Indiana's not a traditional powerhouse, but, again, they still won the national freaking title. And he was outstanding. Top 10 in adjusted completion percentage among Division I passers. Very mobile in the pocket. Can make all the throws in the book, whether downfield, intermediate, or dump offs in the short field. Has a pocket presence. Has a command. Has the leadership qualities that you need in a quarterback. He is a bar none the surefire number 1 overall pick, and I think he's going to go out there and prove it day one. So if I'm stacking greenbacks and you're going to give me odds, I say Fernando Mendoza is your starter week 1 for the Las Vegas Raiders, and I see Brando put in the doc over under 1.5 Kirk Cousins starts. Under, and under again, and you know what? Screw it. Daddy won. Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Give it to me, Brando! Yeah, it's sledgehammer worthy, man. He is going to start week 1. I feel it in my soul.
Yeah, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong here. But hey, I'm all for the sledgehammer. Don't get me wrong. I would probably willing to be that nail underneath your sledgehammer because I don't think I'm getting thumped into the ground. And again, the head coach himself said it. In an ideal world, he doesn't start right away. So what is going to change? And that was before they signed Kirk Cousins. If you're telling me it's Fernando Mendoza, it ain't O'Connell, I would say, all right, go to Mendoza. But Kirk Cousins is a pro, and I think Clint Kubiak, who again is a younger guy, first-time head coach, but he comes from the school of his dad. He comes from the Shanahan system. And not that has anything to do with how they treat quarterbacks, but those are old-school football guys where this would be an old-school approach to draft a quarterback number 1 overall and not play him right away. And so, I think it would be the best thing, man. I really do think it's invaluable. Like, how do you measure it? Can you measure it in Fernando Mendoza's touchdown passes that he throws in year 1, or his completion percentage, or how many interceptions that he throws, how many boneheaded mistakes he makes? I don't know if you can measure that. I think it's the mental, it's the preparation side. It's the mental side of going through each and every week with Kirk Cousins and Kirk being the starter. So there's not that pressure of having to, intake all this information and preparation and game planning and all that stuff. And then during the game, sit on the bench and look at the tablet after every single drive and see what you did wrong. And your head's going a million places. I think for him to perceive that and take that through osmosis for the first couple of games while being the backup, knowing that he's the savior, knowing that he is their hope to getting back to the playoffs and ultimately winning a Super Bowl, I think that will be invaluable to him. So you think under 1.5 games before he starts, or at least Combs put how many games before fans in Vegas start chanting for Mendoza if Kirk starts? I think that would be under. Week 1, if they go out and they're down by 3 scores, the fans are going to be screaming, Fernando.
Oh, yeah.
Fernando. Or they'll be saying Mendoza. Probably Fernando, right? Because that's a cool-ass first name. But how about this? How many and I guess baked into it, whether or not you think he's going to start right away, how many passing touchdowns in year 1 for Fernando Mendoza? And before you answer, Brad, let me just give you some of the rookie passing touchdown numbers for the the most recent number 1 overall picks that were quarterbacks. Last year, Cam Ward, 15. Rookie year for Caleb Williams, 20. Rookie year for Bryce Young, 11. Rookie year for Trevor Lawrence, 12. Rookie year for Baker Mayfield, 27. And just about every one of those guys played at least 15 or 16 games in their rookie season. So, given that information, how many passing touchdowns in year one for Fernando Mendoza?
Yeah, I don't really like the wide receiver unit, although I think Jalen Naylor, the former Minnesota Viking, is going to exceed expectations, but we'll have to see what Jack Besh has in year number 2. Trey Tucker is a speedster. He'll have some moments. He got Brock Bowers. Ashton Genty's terrific out of the backfield as a pass catcher. I am going to say a number in which I wish my age actually was in reality. Double deuce, 22.
Wow, I thought you were going to go crazy. I thought you were going to say like 25 or 30. That's a pretty tame number.
Nah.
I'm gonna bake into my answer the fact or the idea that I think Kirk Cousins is probably going to start 4 games, and so Mendoza maybe plays 13, and not assuming he picks up an injury, he plays all 13 of those games. I'm going to say 18. I'm going to say 18 passing touchdowns. I don't know if he gets to 20. Because you mentioned you're concerned with the receiver unit. Yeah, he's got Brock Bowers. The offensive line still needs help. Dante Thornton and Jack Besh were 2 rookies they drafted last year. They don't really have a freaking number 1 receiver right now. You mentioned they picked up Jalen Naylor in free agency, but Trey Tucker is technically their number 1 receiver. I mean, geez, that is not a murderer's row by any stretch. So I find it hard-pressed to believe that he's going to get to 20 because of that. All right. Let's move on to number 2. The New York Jets. Biggest question is, obviously, do the Jets hit or miss on their pick? And most of the mock drafts up until, I don't know, just this week, it was Arvell Reese, the linebacker from Ohio State, who was talked about, edge rusher, but mostly probably going to play as a linebacker for the New York Jets. That was projected to go to them at number 2. All of a sudden, our friends at BetMGM, the odds have flipped. Now it's David Bailey, the disruptive pass rusher from Texas Tech, who's minus 150 to go to the Jets at number 2.
Wow.
So it's going to be defense. It's going to be a guy that should be able to get after the quarterback. But is it going to be Arvell Reese or is it going to be David Bailey? And does it matter for the New York Jets? So all that matters is hopefully one of these guys doesn't turn into another bust.
No, it doesn't matter which direction they go. And again, folks, if you're going to bet on the NFL draft, buckle up. There is going to be wild, crazy swings in the juice offered by BetMGM and really across the board. I mean, it's going to be comparable to Con Knipple and Cooper Flagg and how that juice flipped in recent days. The NBA Rookie of the Year market. It's bananas. We're getting to a point now where you believe nothing, absolutely nothing. I think starting next week, all the rumors are getting hot and heavy, and you just toss them out the window because there's so many smoke screens that are being deployed by NFL front offices. Whether they go Bailey, whether they go Reese, it doesn't matter. They have so many needs on defense. Given Aaron Glenn's background, being a defensive guy, they're going to go one of those directions for sure. I mean, you look at the EPA data, they were number 30 last season in EPA per play defense. So doesn't matter if they go D-line, doesn't matter if they go in the back end, doesn't matter if they go linebacker, just get somebody competent that can actually disrupt the pocket or wrap up guys or break up passes. You need all the help in the world for you to be even a decent football franchise. Puddle jumpers, that being the New York Jets.
Yeah, look, I think it's an interesting debate that has popped up here, and it's one that is, we talked about earlier. It's going to heat up here as we get closer and closer to draft night. Who do the Jets take? Is it going to be Arvell Reese or is it going to be David Bailey? Aaron Glenn did say that he's planning to employ multiple fronts, including a new 3-4 look, and that they'll use a little bit of everything. And that for me feels like it's like they got to draft Arvell Reese because he's gotten some comparisons to Micah Parsons. Obviously, he could be a pass rusher, but again, worked out at the combine as a linebacker and can stop the run. But the fact that you have a guy that can kind of alternate between getting on the line and maybe coming off the edge and maybe, standing back a couple of feet in the normal linebacker position stance, I feel like if you're going to use a couple of different looks and a couple of different fronts, you might use a 4-3, you might use a 3-4. Why not the guy that has more versatility? that can do it, unless you believe David Bailey is really just going to be the next, Myles Garrett here coming off the edge as a pass rusher. For me, it always feels like it's Arvell Reese. He's a guy that didn't generate a ton of sacks, but he's got incredible speed. He's got great instincts, great open field tackler. For me, that's where the Jets really need to go. Is you want somebody that can fill multiple holes, that can do multiple things for you. So for me, it's got to be Arvell Reese, but David Bailey right now is the favorite to get taken by the Jets at number 2. All right, number 3. Here's an interesting one. The Cardinals. Do they jump to draft a quarterback? We know that their quarterback situation going into this season is not pretty. They cut Kyler Murray, ate a ton of money, signed Gardner Minshew to be the backup for Jacoby Brissett, who took over for Kyler Murray last year. And the Cardinals, what are they going to end up doing here? So if it is David Bailey, who's the favorite to go to the Jets at number 2, then would Arizona just simply swoop up Arvell Reese to help out a defense that was god-awful, atrocious last year? I think whoever the Jets take between Reese and Bailey, whoever doesn't get taken, that's who the Cardinals are going to take. Brad, do you agree with that?
I do, and the book has responded to that at BetMGM. Arvell Reese now plus 145, and he was greater than 2-1 odds before the flipperoo there with David Bailey going the Jets at number 2. So Reese is the odds-on favorite. I think they have to focus on defense. You got Brissett. And he's a plus quarterback. We saw it last year. I mean, for fantasy football purposes, he was top 15 over the second half of the season. You got all kinds of weapons there. He's already built up some chemistry with. I like this team offensively to a certain aspect. Running back, there was a lot of questions here, but Michael Wilson popped, down the home stretch. He was amazing. He still got Marvin Harrison there, and he had one of the best tight ends in the league in the Bridezilla, Trey McBride. So defense has got to be the name of thy game for the Desert Birds. They were number 26 and EPA per play defense last year. So yes, they will get the consolation prize, whether it being Bailey or Reese. Whoever the Jets take, they will take the leftovers, and halfly so.
I did see some mock drafts that have them going with Monroe Freeling, the big offensive tackle from Georgia. I just think that defense was historically bad last year. You can't ignore it. You can't ignore it with how highly rated these guys are, Reese and David Bailey. Hell, even if they took Sonny Styles at 3, I wouldn't hate that either. The big thing is for the Cardinals, and watch out for this because I think there's a legit possibility it happens. We're talking about where will Ty Simpson go? Does he go, in the teens? Does he go in the 20s? If he is still there by 24 or 25, I highly believe the Arizona Cardinals are going to do what the Giants did last year, trade back into the first round like the Giants drafted Jackson Dart. I think the Cardinals will trade into the first round at the end of it and try to draft Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama. And that way, you at least have some hope and some promise for the future rather than saying, Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, 2 career backups. What could go wrong?
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's no question about that. But look, man, I think Arizona, they're going to make their bed. They're going to sleep in it, and they're going to be quite happy with the selection that they make. It's a foregone conclusion in my mind. It's got to be defense. And again, I just go back to the question of whether they going to do a running back. And eventually they're probably going to take somebody in the middle of the draft, and that individual, because I don't believe that James Conner is going to be the guy, will be the starter for this franchise by midseason. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, well, there you go. So should they draft Jeremiah Love at number 3? That's it. I think there could be some twists, and I don't think they should, but is there that possibility? Because you mentioned they've got a weakness at running back as well, and so I think there's going to be some twists and turns. I think there's anybody that these players that are mocked to go anywhere from 2 to 7. I think we could see the reality be any kind of jumbled up combination based on what teams actually want to do versus what we think they should do, or just looking at what their needs are. But, GMs, man, sometimes they do some crazy things, and a lot of the times they don't end up working. All right, that brings us to the Tennessee Titans. Speaking of doing crazy things, nothing would be stupider, in my opinion, than for the Tennessee Titans to draft Jeremiah Love. Even though I love Notre Dame guy, best running back in the country, probably the best overall player in this draft, if we're being honest, but it's a mistake, if you are not anywhere close to being a playoff team and you draft a running back in the top 10, let alone the top 5. The Raiders made the mistake last year with Ashton Genty. The Giants made the mistake years ago with Saquon Barkley. The Jaguars made the mistake years ago with Leonard Fournette. Are the Tennessee Titans going to make this mistake, or will they be drafting potentially Sonny Styles or Monroe Freeling or any of the other big offensive linemen? It's a big pick that the Tennessee Titans have, and I think they would be screwing it up by taking a running back, a position that they do not need to improve right now.
No, because they got Tony Pollard on the roster. He was pretty damn good last year, and he's probably got a good year or two left of being a very running back. So, yeah, I think it would be downright silly for them to go Jeremiah Love. I think it's at this point in the draft, Pat, that twist, that crook, the bend in the road that you discussed could occur. Somebody's going to call him, maybe as the Commanders, who have a clear running back need, and they say, hey, what's it going to take to move up 3 spots, because Washington's at number 7, to get to number 4, to get Jeremiah Love. Somebody is going to wheel, somebody is going to deal, and I think the Tennessee Titans need to be open-minded of trading down in this draft, stockpiling picks, because they need help in several areas, and bypass investing in Jeremiah Love, because honestly, they simply don't need him.
Yeah, they don't. But, again, new head coach in Robert Saleh, new offense coordinator in Brian Dable, the New York guys linked up in Nashville. And so you got a defensive-minded head coach. Obviously, you have an offensive-minded offensive coordinator. I would hope so. That's the case in Tennessee, but, the crazier things have happened. But I don't, and I think it would be dumb, but I can't put it past the possibility that they draft Jeremiah Love, because who did you and I compare him to, and who have many people compared him to in the NFL? Jahmyr Gibbs. So not only would you get a great running back, but you would get a good pass catching option. And if that's going to help Cam Ward, where you can design several plays for the little drop-offs, the dump-offs, the screens, get him out in motion before the snap, have him run out in the flat, treat him like a receiver, not 50% of the time, but 30% of the time, a pass-catching running back. Does that make life easier for Cam Ward? Because let's be honest, the Titans can get better defensively. They can get better on the offensive line. They can get better at the receiving core. They can get better running the football. But they are not going to the playoffs until if and when Cam Ward realizes and hits his potential and leads them there. So is making life as easy as possible for him maybe the best possible pick? Again, I don't think so. But our friends at BetMGM have Jeremiah Love plus 145 odds to get taken by the Titans at number 4. I don't think it can just be ignored, the possibility that it might happen.
Yeah, I think it's a very real possibility. I just feel the right move, the sensible move, the shrewd move is for Tennessee to trade out of that position and get as many picks as they possibly can in return. Maybe they're getting additional, they're going to get somebody's first rounder, whoever trades up with them. Or maybe they get a second rounder. Maybe they get a future first rounder. They need so much help, man. This is not going to be an overnight rebuild for Robert Saleh and company and Brian Dable. They got to get appropriate personnel, and the best way to do it is through the NFL draft and future picks.
All right, very good. We're going to continue on with the top 10 when we return. Big Blue, what will the New York Giants and John Harbaugh do at number 5? We'll go through the rest of the top 10 as well. 2 weeks out of the draft, we want to hear from you. What is your favorite team going to do? What do you want them to do if they've got a pick in the top 10? 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
As for Kirk Cousins' old team, I think they are absolutely screwed heading into this season. So yesterday, Caleb McGarry retired for the Falcons. And you may hear that and say, who cares? I'm going to tell you why you need to care about this. Caleb McGarry is a former first-round pick, right tackle for Atlanta. So basically, he's the left tackle because both quarterbacks on Atlanta are lefties with Penix and Tua Tagovailoa. And you may remember he got hurt out for the season right before the regular season started last year, and Atlanta had to scramble basically at left tackle, right? Because Penix is a lefty last year, and now he's retired. The Falcons signed Jawan Taylor yesterday, the former Kansas City Chief, who is most famous for getting called for 1 billion false start penalties in Kansas City, where he's projected to start at right tackle this year for Atlanta. Basically, he's the left tackle because both quarterbacks are lefties. Also, the Falcons have started their offseason workouts, and you know who's not present? James Pierce, the guy that they traded this year's first-round pick, 13th overall, to the Rams to select at the back end of last year's first round. And Pierce was really good as a rookie. 10.5 sacks. Like, he was actually good. But he currently is dealing with 4 criminal charges, 3 of them felonies. I'm not going to get into the details, for a domestic dispute with the WNBA player girlfriend of his. He may never play again. And I'm not saying he won't. He could play this year. I have no idea how the legal process will play out. But he ain't present. And if you were betting on this, you'd think it's unlikely that he's going to play this year for the Atlanta Falcons. Right? Fair to say? Also, their quarterbacks are Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. They're lucky that they're in a division with Tampa, Carolina, and the Saints. That is the only upside that you can look at. The only path to relevancy. And I love Kevin Stefanski. I think he's an awesome coach. I wanted the Giants to hire him. I don't think he's got much to work with here. And even given the state of that division, I don't think Atlanta's sniffing the playoffs this year. I think they are in huge, huge trouble and don't even have their own first-round pick to try and restock the cupboard. What is something in Danny Parkin's life that he would give up to play a round of golf at Augusta National?
Like, would I miss?
This is something with your kids. Yeah.
Yeah, would I miss both of my kids' high school graduations? like, you know what I mean? Like, I think I'd have to consider it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's like 300 members. We only know like 60 of them. I've heard stories of members being told, you're playing too much, like we're going to make you a tee time down the road. Because like they don't even let members play whenever they want to. You can't buy a round at a charity event. It doesn't exist. Like, they won't even auction off rounds for charities. Like, how could I possibly? Like, Peyton Manning is not going to invite me to play Augusta. Like, Condoleezza Rice is not going to ask me to play Augusta. So if I actually got invited to play Augusta, it is rarer objectively than my 2 well-to-do, smart sons who are 6 and 4 graduating high school. Like, I'm not saying I'd miss their wedding, but I think a high school graduation, I think I'd have to say, send me the pictures. Is that terrible? Probably. If my wife sees this clip, she'll be furious. But I think it's the correct answer.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. 2 quick updates to give you. One, On the Knicks and the Celtics game, it's the biggest game tonight in the NBA. You also have the Rockets playing the Sixers, which is also pretty big. Rockets lead the Sixers 25-20. Houston trying to make one last push at overtaking the Lakers and also trying to catch the Nuggets for the 3 seed. Sixers trying to get out of the play-in tournament. So Rockets lead the Sixers. But the big one tonight, Celtics guarantee the 2 seed if they beat my New York Knicks. No Jaylen Brown for Boston. They lead the Knicks at the Garden 40-38 midway through the second quarter. Jalen Brunson has 10 points for the Knicks. Jason Tatum, how about this, Brad? I mentioned I worried about a 35-point triple-double. Midway through the second quarter, 10 points, which is fairly pedestrian. He's only shooting 2 of 8. But Jason Tatum already has 9 rebounds and 2 assists. So he's going to have a double-double by halftime.
Yep.
And then it just comes down to, can he get those assists, or is he going to go nuclear scoring the basketball? But he struggled shooting the ball, so I don't know if 35 is on the table. But my Knicks down by 2. Got to win the game, or they're going to be the 3 seed no matter what. Could even fall to the 4 seed, which I've told you before I wouldn't be all that mad about. All right, but the big update we got to get you is day 2 of our new segment, Let's Go Streaking, where everybody on the show picks one player to get a hit in the Major League Baseball slate. Last night, only Monty hit on his guy. So we went 1 for 4 last night as a show. Tonight, we're 3 for 3. Monty's already hit with Bobby Witt. You've already hit with Michael Garcia. I've already hit with Bo Bichette. Combs just needs Colson Montgomery. And we go 4 for 4, and we officially can go streaking, Brad. So Colson Montgomery, get us over the line. All righty.
Yeah, please do, because I want to show the goods off, maybe with some Taco Bell in hand. I'm telling you, it's my go-to move every time when I streak.
Yeah, I was going to say, where'd the Taco Bell come from again? That's when you go streaking? How often does this happen?
Yeah.
Should I be concerned?
Often. Listen, man, I live in the middle of central Illinois. There is not a whole lot to do in these neck of the woods. We go cow tipping, we go to the bars, and then we streak with a burrito in hand.
Yeah. Sounds like a hell of a place to live. I got to be honest. All righty. Let's continue on with our NFL mock draft here. We've got through the first 4 picks, debating what's the right fit for these teams. What players should they go after? Could there be any trades? And so we've got to number 5 here, and it's Big Blue. It's my New York Football Giants. They had a pretty good offseason, made some good moves in free agency. They hired John Harbaugh. You got Malik Neighbors coming back, or at least I think that's probably the biggest news regarding the New York Giants is that Malik Neighbors, there's a big question mark about whether or not he's even going to be on the field into training camp and closer to the season. That's what John Harbaugh told Ralph Vacchiano, who covers the Giants. So, I hope Malik Neighbors is ready to go for week 1, coming off the torn ACL in week 4 last year. I didn't even think that would be a question mark. But so does that make it a little bit murky now for the Giants to try to grab a wide receiver? Remember, they lost Wan'Dale Robinson in free agency, but they did sign Isaiah Likely, the tight end from the Ravens. Brad, you know where I'm going with this. I've been pounding the table for weeks now, for months. I'm going to keep pounding the table for Caleb Downs from Ohio State. Give me the Swiss Army knife of college football and the Giants secondary. He can come up, be the next Kyle Hamilton. He can play close to the line. He can blitz. He can cover. He can tackle. He can do everything. Draft Caleb Downs and don't think twice about it. There's no other draft pick that I want to hear out of Roger Goodell's freaking mouth in 2 weeks from tonight than the New York Giants select Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State. Please make it happen. And for the love of God, if they draft Jeremiah Love, I'm going to explode, Brad.
They're not going to draft Jeremiah Love. There is no reason to. Cam Scatterby should be your starting running back to begin the year, and as long as he is back and healthy and there's no hiccups in his recovery. And by the way, if you want to bet on Caleb Downs to be the 5th overall pick, it's 5-1 odds, plus 500 right now at BetMGM. And I think there's a distinct possibility. Right now, the pack leader, according to the odds market, is Sonny Styles at plus 195. It's got to be a defender. It just has to be. Because offensively, this team wasn't too shabby last season. With Jackson Dart at the helm, they actually finished the year number 10, believe it or not. Number 10 in EPA per play offense, but they're number 27 EPA per play defense. Harbaugh wants to shore up that defense. They don't want to be a laughing stock by any stretch of the imagination. Styles, Downs make all the sense in the world. It's going to be one of those two guys. And I'm kind of with you, man. Caleb Downs can do literally everything. So he is the ultimate Swiss Army knife. And a guy that, plug and play to your little heart's desire. And he is just going to ball out and be ultra efficient in wrapping dudes up and contesting passes. So whether it's Styles or Downs, it doesn't matter. Defense has to be the number one priority in the Big Apple.
Defense. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be. I mean, again, I said I'd explode if it's not Caleb Downs. Well, if it's Jeremiah Love, I'm going to explode. I guess Sonny Styles would be an okay pick at number 5, but I want Caleb Downs, man. I want him so badly. I want him so badly in East Rutherford. I want him so badly at MetLife Stadium in the tuna can, where he can make it so much more enjoyable to go to that dump of a stadium and watch games. I need Caleb Downs. All right, number 6, from Caleb Downs to the Cleveland Browns. You wonder how they're going to screw this up. They got 2 first-round draft picks. I'm actually seeing some reports and some chatter that they might consider trading this pick if for a team like the Dallas Cowboys to jump up and try to draft a pass rusher. Again, they traded away Micah Parsons stupidly last offseason. But I think everything I've seen.
Brando, did you
Colson Montgomery with a double. 4 for 4, baby.
Let's go streaking!
Go streaking!
Pop the shirt off!
Heck yeah!
Pop the shirt off! Let's go! Day 2, and we got a 4 for 4. Let's go. That's called, you know what? These
Early,
guys
too.
know ball. We know ball. It's as simple as that. Day 2, and we got a 4 for 4. That's what it's all about, Brad. That's why you play the game.
You're damn right. It's why you play a game. We're going to be playing this game, and let's go streaking all summer long. So, as we always say here on BetMGM tonight, fade or follow. That is up to you. But 4 for 4, man. It doesn't get much better than that. My man boob is going to be bouncing in the wind. Outstanding.
Yeah, get your Taco Bell order ready. Get those nips ready, because I don't know about you, but it was cold here today. All right, just to finish up on the Browns. Wide receiver and offensive line, that's everything I keep seeing. That makes sense. They basically lost their entire starting offensive line in free agency. Jerry Jeudy took a step back this year. They don't have pass catchers. Who the hell knows who's going to be starting at quarterback, if it's Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. But it feels like Cornell Tate at number 6 is in play. Any of the offensive linemen, Malagoa is in play. Honestly, I don't care who the Browns take. Just don't screw it up.
It's got to be offense. It's got to be a wide receiver. There have been some insider reports I've seen here in the last 24, 48 hours that suggest they are leaning a wide receiver. Again, take that with the entire mine of salt at this juncture in the NFL draft process. But Cornell Tate is your pack leader, plus 160 to be the selection corner of BetMGM. Whoever the highest wide receiver is on the consensus draft board in that war room, maybe it's Tate, maybe it's Mekhi Lemon, maybe it's Casey Concepcion. It doesn't really matter. They have to have a suitable pass catcher to give Shedeur Sanders, assuming he is going to be the starter week 1, any shot of developing into a competent, and all we need is a semi-competent quarterback under center. Otherwise, it's going to be a bunch of 6-3 contests per usual for the Cleveland Browns.
All right, let's finish up here really quickly. We'll hit obviously we got plenty of time to go through the rest of the teams and go through the rest of the top 10. Let's just hit the Commanders really quickly because they're very interesting. They only have 2 picks in the top 100. So I'm sure at number 7, especially if the positions that they need to draft here, wide receiver, corner, maybe a little too early in the draft at that point, especially if the Browns take Cornell Tate. Do the Commanders, can they get somebody to trade up to 7 with them? There was reports earlier in the year or earlier in the month or last month that maybe they could take Jeremiah Love if he's still there at 7. And there is a decent possibility that he is there. The Commanders, this would actually be a team that I would be like, okay, playoff team 2 years ago, injuries to Jaden Daniels and injuries to other players last year. this a playoff team, if they're healthy, I wouldn't actually mind Jeremiah Love at 7. But if he's gone already, if somebody takes him in the top 6, can the Commanders get a trade partner to move back to get some more picks in the second or the third round? But again, I've seen some mocks where maybe they do reach and they take Mansour Delane, corner from LSU, at 7. I honestly, Washington Commanders, ultimate wild card at 7. They could draft Jeremiah Love. They could go corner. They could trade back. I have no idea what the hell they're going to do.
Yeah, you look at Washington where they finished last season, 31 EP per play defense. So I think Jeremiah Love is priority number 1. Priority number 2 is best defender on the board, period of story. Maybe it's Mansour Delane, as you said. Maybe it's Ruben Bain, though he is slipping in some of these mocks. Maybe it's somebody else. But again, in my core, in my gut, I feel that Washington very realistically could trade up with the Tennessee Titans at number 4. So it guarantees them the services of Jeremiah Love if Arizona doesn't throw a curveball and take him at number 3. That is an area of need at running back because they need a bruiser, and Jeremiah Love can literally do everything. He is a legitimate 3-down running back. He's a break tackle machine, extraordinary missed tackle rate for the University of Notre Dame last season at Division I level. He was outstanding in total yards after contact as well. Those are 2 measurements. Make people miss and plowing over people, which usually transition quite nicely to the next level, especially when you have a dual threat quarterback there in Jane Daniels. So I think it's Jeremiah Love or bust for them at 7. Otherwise, yeah, I could see them either going defense, but more than likely, I believe what you're selling, they trade out of the position and they'll reassess wherever they land.
All right, we've got a Commanders fan on hold that wants to weigh in on what they think the Commanders should do in the draft. So we'll take that phone call when we return, and then we'll do a little Would You Rather here. And we've got some breaking news as it pertains to the Michigan men's basketball team. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What happens if, and I'm not suggesting the Texans go from the top defense to the 27th defense. That's not what I'm saying. What if they go from like 1 to 8? 1 to 11? A drop-off. Do you have confidence that C.J. Stroud and the offense can take a step forward to make up for the drop-off that the defense might have? I'm going to be real with you. I don't have that confidence. Remember Troy Aikman kind of blasting C.J. Stroud during that game, questioning his preparation? Is the time being put in? There are like whispers, and none of this is very negative. This is not to intimate that C.J. Stroud is engaging in like illicit activity or that he's a bad guy off the field. No one is saying that. I'm not saying it or intimating it. But there are like whispers that like the preparation might not be there with Stroud. And Troy Aikman basically said so, right? So what happens if the Texans offense takes a step back? David Montgomery was their big move at running back. Like Joe Mixon gets hurt, and unfortunately that situation goes the way it does. I don't think David Montgomery is any great shakes, my opinion, at this point in his career. And if you're counting on him to fix your run game, I think you've got big-time issues. The offensive line, once again, feels like a roll of the dice at best. And then you're counting on the 2 Iowa State rookies from last year, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I like both, but you're counting on them to take a step forward. Will Tank Dell ever be the player that he was? And, maybe we think he's going to play this year. He missed all of last season, remember, after an electric rookie year and a pretty good year number 2. Missed all of last year. Can he come back and can he be something for C.J. Stroud and this Houston Texans offense? I've got my concerns with the Texans. A little more than 2 months from now, we'll all be talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder and this run that they've been on. I feel like most people don't like them. And I think that dislike right now is just at a simmer. Like they won one title, and that's okay, right? It was the first one. But think about the way people talk about the Thunder now, this season. They're foul baiters. SGA is a free throw merchant. And now they're starting to lean into it a little bit, into the heel persona. Not a ton, it's not really their MO, but they're leaning into it a little bit. Imagine how much you're going to dislike them, assuming you do already, if and when they beat either Jokic and the Nuggets, Wemby and the Spurs in the Western Conference Final, and then maybe the Celtics in the NBA Finals. And SGA wins another MVP and another Finals MVP. We are a little more than 2 months away from talking about the Thunder in a way that we have only talked about a handful of teams in the history of the NBA.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We were just talking about what the Commanders are going to do with the number 7 overall pick in the NFL draft. We've got a Commanders fan that wants to weigh in. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get to, I believe it's Lap, LAP in D.C. What's going on, Lap? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, man, big fan of the show, man. First time calling, man. You guys keep up the good work, man.
Appreciate it, man.
I enjoy y'all show. Yeah. So, it's been difficult for us for last year. 2 years in the NFC title game. Dan Campbell calling Jaden Daniels a contract killer, man. So I just want him to come back strong. We got a new offensive and defensive coordinator. Hopefully somebody can replace Dan Quinn because I really don't trust him. But with the pick, man, I definitely am open to Carnell Tate or Jeremiah Love. Any of those defensive players. I know you're a Giants fan, so in the division, Caleb Downs is awesome, man. Well, I take the corner from LSU. Any defensive player, if the two top offensive players that I wanted, Carnell Tate or Jeremiah Love, isn't available, I'll take any of the defense. But I know we need probably a safety, a corner, and maybe another, edge or linebacker. But, yeah, I just want our team to get back, man, because it was just exciting time for us. And it's been bad, man, with RG3 and Jason Campbell and what happened to Alex Smith. It's been rough, bro. So we need this to happen, man. We need to hit on this pick. and we need to make some noise, getting ready for the new stadium in a few years. So we'll see. But thanks for taking my call, guys. I appreciate it, and I'm curious to see what your take is on what you think could really help the Commanders right away, because we need it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Lap, appreciate the call, man. Great stuff. Look, I love the moves the Commanders made in the offseason. I think they were probably the most underrated team in free agency in terms of what they did. Getting K'Lavon Chaisson from New England, getting Leo Chanel from the Chiefs, getting Odafe Owe from the Seahawks. They basically replenished the entire linebacking core, which was getting so old. And no disrespect to Bobby Wagner, but at some point you got to move on. So I think honestly, Jeremiah Love at 7 makes sense. I think they're a wild card. That's interesting, Brad. He said Carnell Tate at 7 if he's there. Scary T's coming off a bad year. But I still think the receiver would not be the position that I would be addressing here. But if they go Carnell Tate, that offense could look really scary.
Look, I'm a fan of Carnell Tate's game at the Ohio State. I have to say that for copyright purposes. He's exceptional. There's no doubt about it. Can run every route in the tree, can break tackles after the catch. But is it truly the primary area of need for Washington? I say no. Look, it's Jeremiah Love. If you're going to focus anywhere offensively, he's a game changer because he brings so much balance. And again, when you pair him with a dual threat quarterback in Jane Daniels, they could be unstoppable on the ground. They get long drives. They can eat clock with that 1-2 punch. I mean, they may not have to throw a whole lot, quite honestly, with those two guys running the show if the defense is much improved. If Love is off the board, or they make a trade to get up where the Titans are to ensure that they grab Jeremiah Love, then, the back end defensively in that secondary, Delane probably makes the most sense in my mind if that's where they go, or somewhere on defense to fill some holes, plus some gaps, and just be respectable in that area, because they were pretty much a dregs of the keg when it comes to overall defense last year. So those are the two directions that I would go if I'm in the front office of the Commanders. It's not a wide receiver, despite how awesome Carnell Tate is.
Yeah, all right. We got a couple of minutes here before we got to get to break, before the hard out that we have at the end of every hour. Let's squeeze producer Brandon Combs in here real quick. I want to do Would You Rather. Let's see if we can get one or two in here really quickly. Combs, what do you got for us?
All right, boys. Would you rather, as I just lost my spot in here, would you rather watch an hour of paint drying or watch one soccer match? Brad?
Aren't they the same thing? I tell you what, an hour of paint drying sounds spectacular. I want nothing to do with soccer, even the World Cup. I don't care.
Wow, you guys are a bunch of clowns talking like that. You guys are a bunch of clowns.
I am.
It's a soccer match. Get some culture.
You don't know
Watch
what
some
my
different
answer
sports.
is.
What'd you say?
Can't do it.
I say you don't even know what my answer is. How am I a clown? I just asked the question.
Well, the way you pose the question, you're going to say, I'd rather watch paint dry.
Yeah, that's me.
You have no clue. You know what
No,
I'd
give me your
rather
answer.
watch? I'd rather watch the sun hit the moon, because I know that it actually happens.
Real good. Get the hell out of here, Combs. We got 30 seconds.
I'd
Brad,
rather see the soccer match. Obviously.
All right.
I'd
Brad,
learn something.
Really quickly, got 30 seconds before we bid you adieu for the night. Michigan, they get J.P. Estrella from Tennessee, and they get Elliot Cadeau, their point guard, to come back for his senior year. Is Michigan poised to be a top 5 team again to start the season next year?
Minimum top 10. We're going to see about Mara. I think Estrella is Mara insurance. The Axel's going to jump, but this is just the beginning of portal season, folks. It's wild. It's wacky. It's going to be quite the roller coaster ride, but it's Justin May that won a title, and they have money.
All right, when we come back, Bryson and John Rahm implode on day one of the Masters. This is BetMGM Tonight.
This
But if the Jets take Bailey second, and the Arizona Cardinals, who are going to stink this year, they can't not stink. It's impossible. They play in a division with three monsters, like the meme with the three dragon heads, and then that look ferocious, and the other one that looks like you just found him after a bender weekend, and sitting in the corner of his apartment shivering. That's the Cardinals. They got to deal with the Rams. They got to deal with the Niners and the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. With Gardner Minshew or Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, good luck. And maybe they end up, that's the team that drafts Ty Simpson. We'll see. Arizona's not going to be good this year. If the Cardinals somehow lucked into Arvell Reese at third overall, whose ceiling is to be like a transformative defensive player, I will come on the air Friday after the NFL draft, after round 1, which will be April 24th, on this show, and tell you that the Cardinals are big winners. That is a dream scenario for the Arizona Cardinals.
I think you are, if you put yourself in a position as an organization that you have to trade one of the best players at his position in the sport, you have already failed. And I thought one of the appealing things about bringing in Harbaugh is that this nonsense shouldn't happen. My thought was, and Lawrence got ripped last year, and I was one of the people who was ripping him. He had a down year. He's out of shape. I didn't love his attitude. I didn't love the way he answered things in postgame. It just seemed like he didn't care. Part of the appeal for Harbaugh would be he comes in and he knows better than anybody else how important a player of Dexter Lawrence caliber is, and he would get him motivated, and he would take care of him and get the maximize Dexter Lawrence, get the best out of him. All Dexter Lawrence wants is to get paid. At least from my knowledge of it, it seems like he would be fine being here if he gets paid. Harbaugh clearly wants him on the team. I think they would be ridiculous. If you trade Dexter Lawrence, you have already failed, especially if you're talking about trying to win now. This is not what happened with the Jets with Quentin Williams and Sauce Gardner a year ago with their total rebuild. The Giants can win some games now, and they can do so with Dexter Lawrence leading that defense, so I think they have to keep him.
Maxwell Hiller, who is the number 2 offensive tackle in the class of 27, not 26, but 27, has committed to the University of Florida to play for new Gators coach John Sumrall. Sumrall was a monster at Tulane, and once Florida struck out on Lane Kiffin, they turned their attention to Sumrall, and he quickly became their coach. Now, Florida in football has fallen on some tough times, right? Feels like a long time ago, and it's been over 2 decades since Urban Meyer was winning a ton of games and national titles. The Swamp. I don't know if John Sumrall is going to get Florida back to those true glory days, winning SECs, competing for national championships, but it feels a step in the right direction. And this player, Hiller, won't play this year, but he presumably, as long as he keeps the commit, will play next year. If you're a Florida Gators fan, a great sign. And if you're the fan of another SEC football team, maybe it's time to worry a little bit about the sleeping football giant known as the Florida Gators.
This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 solo hours with me, Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We got you. I got you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. So 2 solo hours here coming at you. You can watch the show every night on YouTube, live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call or you can text the show. And if you do text, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the program. All right. I want to talk some Masters again here. Day one in the books. It was a eventful day one, to say the least. And, of course, I'm going to give out some kudos and some big kudos to Rory McIlroy because I got to be honest. He's the defending champion. I didn't expect much from Rory, but he put in a dominant first round. He's tied for the lead at -5 under par alongside the American Sam Burns. But I got to start with the two most disastrous performances of the day. Well, not counting Robert McIntyre. That was ugly to watch. That was ugly to watch. I mean, the two most disastrous performances from guys that were right atop the favorites on the leaderboard to win the Masters, including a former Masters champion, Jon Rahm, who won his green jacket in 2023 at Live Golf. He's already won a Live Golf tournament this year. However excited you want to be about that. He's got a couple of runner-up finishes, but, they have, I guess, whatever the unifying golf association would be that unifies PGA and Live in terms of the rankings and the world leaderboard. Jon Rahm is the number 2 world ranked golfer. And that doesn't, that shouldn't come as a surprise. The guy has had so much success over the years, winning the Masters in 2023. He's finished top 10 here several times. He normally dominates this course, albeit usually after a slow start. And he also won the U.S. Open in 2021. So this is a 2-time major champion here in the last 5 years. I got to be honest, Jon Rahm is toast. He's done. He's cooked. He's not making the cut. He's not making the cut. Now, could he? Sure, he could. I would think the cut line tomorrow, assuming we get a normal collective round of golf and the weather is as nice tomorrow as it was today, which it's supposed to be. I don't expect any abnormally large or small scores because the course is going to play just like it did today. You probably get a little bit better scores. So honestly, maybe the cut line is +2 tomorrow, but it's most likely going to be +3, 3 over par. Jon Rahm is 6 over. Jon Rahm went 6 over today. He had a brutal round, and he looked lost. I was following him for a couple of holes after he had gotten to 4 over. He bogeyed 4 times on the front 9, and he just looked dejected. Just looked like out of it, like he had zero confidence. And again, starting slow at the Masters is not abnormal for Jon Rahm. He normally goes over par. He normally shoots over par in the first round. He's done it several times. And again, this is a guy that from 2018 to 2021, he finished top 10 4 years in a row. Won the green jacket in 2023. He's finished outside the top 10 the last 2 years. But, I mean, he just looked absolutely lost. He had no feel with the putter, no feel with his irons. He is toast. And I wonder what goes through these guys' heads, because remember Jon Rahm a couple years ago was, feet into the dirt, 10 toes down. I'll never join Live. I love the PGA Tour. This is my livelihood. And then, here's a couple $100 million. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to join Live Golf. It's never been about the money. It's not about the money. It's about the pride for me. Oh, money? Oh, how many $100 million you want to give me? How many million bucks? Okay. And I can't say that I wouldn't say no. If my career earnings, and I'm just spitballing here what his career earnings were at the time, but like if my career earnings were, I don't know, $20 million bucks, and then Live Golf says, here's $100 million. Yeah, that's tough to turn down. But I wonder what goes through the heads of Jon Rahm, Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, when they play at the Masters and you see all the guys on the PGA Tour and you're playing these sham 72-hole tournaments with teams, and then you got to lock back in for the majors as if you're playing a normal, 72-hole tournament with most of the rest of the world on a weekly basis. And so the further that Jon Rahm has gone from the PGA Tour, the worse he's done. And he finished top 10 at the Open in 2024. He finished top 10 at the PGA Championship last year. He finished tied for 7th at the US Open last year. It's not like he's completely fallen off the face of the earth, but this was a guy that was finishing top 10 in just about every single major tournament for like a 2-year span. And mix in a US Open title and the green jacket in 2023. And, right before Scottie Scheffler started dominating the sport, Jon Rahm was going to be the next great thing. He's fallen off. And again, I don't give a damn, honestly. Maybe I'm spiteful about the Live Golf Tour still 2-3 years later here. I don't give a damn if he won a tournament. I don't give a damn if he's got a couple of runner-up finishes and Live Golf already. I don't care. I don't care about how great of a season somebody's having on the Live Golf Tour. Jon Rahm has not finished top 5 at a major since 2023. Top 10's good. It's nice. This guy's supposed to be one of the greatest golfers on the planet. And he was deemed by many the favorite to win this tournament. And he shoots 6 over. Like from the get-go, he was lost. So, for you golf fans that are out there, you want to join the show, 310-840-4910. Do you agree with me? Do you think Jon Rahm is lost? Do you think Jon Rahm might never win another major again? The Spanish international player? Especially at this course. If there was anywhere for him to find his mojo again, it was going to be here. And it would be different if he was 2 over. Hell, even 3 over. Because it's like, all right, slow start. Jon Rahm's used to slow starts at the Masters. He can easily be even or under par by at the end of tomorrow. And he can make a big surge and maybe finish top 10. I don't think he's making the cut. I think he's got zero confidence. And I think every time he steps on the course at a major tournament right now, he's got the fact that he has to live with his decision to take the money, to take the blood money, and go to Live Golf. And I think that bothers him. And I think it eats at him. And I know that the debate and the conversation around Live Golf and PGA Tour right now is not as fiery as it was a year ago or 2 years ago. But the more and more removed he is from the PGA Tour, it's hurting Jon Rahm. It is absolutely hurting him. I don't think he's making the cut. I would not expect a big turnaround round from Jon Rahm tomorrow. You know who I am expecting a turnaround performance from tomorrow in round 2? It's Bryson DeChambeau. Bryson, another 2-time major winner, looking for his first green jacket here at the Masters. The guy that won the US Open in 2024 and won it for the first time back in 2020. Bryson, who has finished top 10 in 6 of the last 7 majors, including back-to-back runner-up finishes at the PGA Championship and back-to-back top 6 finishes at the Masters. I said on yesterday's show, if there was one guy I was rooting for, again, I like Scottie Scheffler. But, and I think that's the easy thing to do is to say, oh, I think Scottie's going to win it. All right. I'm here to give you a little bit more nuanced. Not even nuanced. That just sounds dorky. I'm just here to give you more genuine takes. I'm here to root for some of the underdogs. I'm here to root for some of the other guys. And I'd taken a liking to Ludwig Åberg, the Swede. And so I was rooting for him to do well. It's a guy that has cracked the top 10 here and has played really well in both the 2 times he's played. He's kind of stormed onto the PGA Tour. But I said my heart's rooting for Åberg. My head thinks Bryson wins his first green jacket. because this is a course that gave him so much trouble in years past. And, he infamously said, "Oh, I'm going to play it like it's a par 67 because I drive the ball 350 yards." And I think, like many people, I was turned off at the arrogance from Bryson DeChambeau, and he was kind of, he's annoying. He's like the frat boy, with his stupid beret or whatever kind of, cabbie hat that he would wear. But I've grown. Bryson's grown on me. He's grown on me. Even though he joined Live Golf as well. But Bryson he looked like one of us, man, today. And it gave me a chuckle. The 11th hole, he goes triple bogey. And he hits the third shot into the bunker right next to the green. So it's like, all right, get up and down and at least, salvage this hole here, probably walk away with a bogey. His first shot in the sand, ball basically goes 1 foot, stays in the sand. Second shot in the sand, same exact thing. It took him 3 shots to get out of the trap. And if you watched that, or if you saw the clip on social media, and you said to yourself, "Hey, I could do that. I've done that. I've been there." That was a great one of us moment from Bryson DeChambeau. Triple bogey on 11. And then he bogeys 16 and he bogeys 18. Brutal round. Largely because of that one hole. But still, +4 for Bryson, tied for 56. I'm expecting a much bigger round from Bryson DeChambeau tomorrow. Much bigger round. And he made news before. He also hit a patron with an errant tee shot. He hit some guy in the crowd. That's not really his fault. It was just kind of like added to the lowlights of the round. But Bryson made news going into this tournament because, he's wielding this 3D printed 5-iron. I literally made a 5-iron from a 3D printer. My nephew's got a 3D printer. He uses it to make, I don't know, he's Pokemon. He's like into Pokemon right now. He's 9 years old, so he's gone through the phases. He's obsessed with the NFL. He's got to have so many jerseys, and I love that. I love that he loves sports. But like outside of that, the hobbies of a 9-year-old, Pokemon cards, and he's big into the WWE now, which was like, he's asking. I had like hundreds of the wrestling action figures. The Rock, Brock Lesnar, Kane, Undertaker, Stone Cold, all the greats. And so the last couple of weekends, he's been begging my sister to come to my mom's house, the house that I grew up in, and go into the basement and basically forage for all my old wrestling action figures. So, but like, again, he's got the 3D printer for Christmas, and he's made a couple of his favorite Pokemon. And meanwhile, you got Bryson DeChambeau making a 5-iron from a 3D printer. And lo and behold, he only used the club once. And they ask him about it after, and he's like, "Oh, that's a longer conversation. That's not for here." And so like, he's still got that, annoying douchiness to him, if you will. But Bryson's kind of grown on me. I'm hoping and I'm expecting he turns it around tomorrow, because he really has improved at Augusta over the last 2 years. And so I don't know. I mean, again, he's 9 strokes off the lead. It would take a massive either round 2 or round 3 for him to have a chance to win this thing. I don't know if that's in reach anymore, but a top 10 finish is still possible. I think he's going to make the cut. I'd be surprised if he didn't. But the two top live guys, Bryson and Jon Rahm, both who were supposed to compete with Scotty Scheffler and Rory for the green jacket, they together combined to go 10 over. I mean, hell, 66-year-old Fred Couples went 6 over. He had the same score as Jon Rahm. That's kudos to Freddie Couples for still playing. I mean, he birdied his first 2 holes. And say, all right, give Fred Couples stay in the mix. And there was like, nope. He had 3 straight holes, or he had like a quad bogey, and then a double bogey and another double bogey. And it was like, ooh, that turned around real quick. 310-840-4910. So those were the lowlights from some of the favorites at the Masters, I think. And then, it goes without saying to give the kudos to Rory McIlroy, defending champ, gets the monkey off his back last year. And I think it's an exciting study, when a team or when that player first wins that first championship, how do they play after that? all the nerves and the pressure that he felt for a decade trying to chase down that elusive title. When Rory won, was it 4 titles in the span of 3 years, but never won the Masters. And then it felt like he was never going to win the Masters. And, the couple of tournaments that he just flat out collapsed in, the U.S. Open a couple of years ago. Now he finally gets it last year after he nearly collapsed again. It was Justin Rose who actually collapsed. And I think it's an interesting study. Had it once the monkey's off the back, once the pressure's off the shoulder, the weight of the world is off you, you would think he would play well. And that's what Rory said going into it. He goes, I feel like I'm going to play as free as I ever have. I'm actually looking forward to just enjoying it. He did say when he put his tee into the box on the first hole, he said his right hand was shaking a little bit. And he goes, that's normal for me. He goes, that's how I know that it still means the world to me. That's why I still want to continue to play for, he didn't give like a date or anything, a timeline. He's only, 36, Rory? So I don't expect him to retire in the next couple of years here. But, how much longer of a window does he have to contend for championships? There were comparisons for sure. There were similarities between his Masters title last year and Tiger's green jacket in 2019. Because for Tiger, you're like, obviously there was years to the whole thing with his wife and the surgeries and whatnot. You're like, Tiger's never going to win another. He's never going to win another major again. And then he won the green jacket in 2019. And at that point, I think for all of us that grew up watching Tiger Woods, you thought to yourself, all right, does he have another 1 or 2 in him? But I think looking back, hindsight 2020, we should have known as golf fans and sports fans that was it. That was the last one for Tiger. I don't know if it's going to be the last one for Rory McIlroy, but we could be looking in 5-6 years from now and saying, yeah, that was it. He completed the career slam and that was it. So I didn't have a ton of high expectations for Rory going into this weekend. And I said, one of my bold takes was he was going to miss the cut. I should have said it about Jon Rahm or Bryson. I'd be looking like a genius. Because Rory McIlroy is tied for first place at 5 under. And he looks like a guy that got the weight of the world off his shoulders, and now he's got no pressure and no stress to play with. He can just play free. He was awesome. His putter was absolutely on fire. We've known that Rory can hit the long ball with anybody. And, the driver was spectacular. But his putter was a thing of beauty. Those 3 straight birdie putts that he had on the back 9, that was a sight to see. So I think I'd be a fool now if I were to double down and say, oh, well, I don't think Rory's going to contend. He's tied for first after the first round. And I saw an interesting stat. Out of all the defending champions at the Masters, to then come back the next year and be in first place or tied for first place after the first round, only Jack Nicklaus went on to repeat. That's it. Only Jack. But if there's anybody that can do it, why not Rory? Why not a back-to-back green jacket for Rory McIlroy? I think it's obviously possible he's tied for first. And then that brings us to Scottie Scheffler. Can Scottie chase him down? Because Scottie looked like he might be 7 or 8 under after the first round, the way his first 2 holes went. I tuned in the Amazon Prime in the morning. You had to do ESPN Plus, then you had to go to Amazon Prime. Felt like Mad Dog. I wanted to go nuts. I got all switching between all these freaking services, all these streaming services. I just want to watch it in one place. I just want to hear Jim Nantz and Andrew Catalan and the crew, CBS Sunday afternoon, the back 9 at Augusta National. But either way, I was tuned in to Amazon Prime, and they show Scottie, second hole, bang. Drills a 20 or 25 foot eagle putt. Next hole, drills a birdie putt. He's 3 under to the first 3 holes. And it's like, oh my God, how did we ever doubt Scottie Scheffler? Who ever doubted Scottie Scheffler? That was my other bold take of the Masters. I said, I wouldn't be surprised if he finishes outside the top 10. But then he struggled. Then he looked normal. He looked mortal for the rest of the round. Missing missing birdie putts from 10, 15 feet, putts that you're used to seeing him sink without a shadow of a doubt. A couple of them sat on the lip. One circled around the cup and didn't go down. And so Scotty's tied for 6th at 2 under. He tees off at 10:20 a.m. Eastern tomorrow after he had a late tee time today. He didn't finish up until about 7 o'clock. He's one of the last golfers on the course. He's got to come back at 10:20 tomorrow. That's a pretty quick turnaround. That's a late dinner. That's whatever, the recovery that they go through after each round. So, even if Scotty raced through dinner and his recovery and whatever else, I can't imagine he got to bed before 10, 11 p.m. Well, I can't imagine he's asleep right now. He's got an early round tomorrow, so that quick turnaround, I wonder. But 4-time major champion, he shouldn't have a problem with it. So, I still don't know how to feel about Scotty going into this weekend. Because like I said, for the first 3 holes, he looked like a man possessed. And then for the 15 holes after that, he looked very mortal and normal. So, and then there's other names that are really good stories. Gary Woodland, I mentioned earlier in the show, the guy that had a lesion on his brain, had to have it removed, and got diagnosed with PTSD because a benign tumor developed that, was causing him to have chronic panic attacks. And, he goes 1 under today. And so that's an awesome story. Gary Woodland, he's tied for 10th. Anytime Hideki Matsuyama, another former Masters champ, is somewhat in the mix, it's great to see. He's tied for 17th at even par. And whenever the Aussie Jason Day is in the mix, it's always good for golf as well. He's tied for 3rd at 3 under. So it was an eventful first day to say the least. A couple of the favorites implode, Bryson and Jon Rahm. Scotty with an up and down round. Rory looking awesome, looking like he's going to potentially go back to back. And so I can't wait for tomorrow. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. Any of your opinions and takeaways from day one at the Masters. If you want to call in, you want to text into the show, you can tweet me at PatBoyle44. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on some scores. Phone number to join again is 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
As for Kirk Cousins' old team, I think they are absolutely screwed. Screwed heading into this season. So yesterday, Caleb McGarry retired for the Falcons. And you may hear that and say, who cares? I'm going to tell you why you need to care about this. Caleb McGarry is a former first-round pick, right tackle for Atlanta. So basically, he's the left tackle because both quarterbacks on Atlanta are lefties with Penix and Tua Tagovailoa. And you may remember, he got hurt out for the season right before the regular season started last year, and Atlanta had to scramble basically at left tackle, right? Because Penix is a lefty last year, and now he's retired. The Falcons signed Jawan Taylor yesterday, the former Kansas City Chief, who is most famous for getting called for 1 billion false start penalties in Kansas City, where he's projected to start at right tackle this year for Atlanta. Basically, he's the left tackle because both quarterbacks are lefties.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Get you caught up on some baseball scores in just a bit, but I'm all locked in on my New York Knicks. Last chance to try to grab the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference away from the Boston Celtics. They've just started the fourth quarter at Madison Square Garden. They're all tied at 83. Again, no Jaylen Brown in this game for Boston, so I wondered how big of a role Jason Tatum would have or how much usage he would have in this game. So far, Tatum's got 18 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists. So in the back of my mind, I said to Brad earlier in the show, I worried about a 35-point triple-double. I don't think he's going to score 35, but he might get that triple-double. And look, even if the Knicks won this game, all Boston has to do is beat the Pelicans tomorrow, and they wrap up the 2 seed. So it probably doesn't matter in the long run anyway, but I hate losing to the Boston Celtics. I hate watching the Knicks lose to the Celtics. So last year was one of the sweetest moments of my Knicks fandom of my life for me last year when they beat the Celtics, and they were going to beat them whether or not Tatum tore his Achilles. That was 3-1 going back to Boston. And even if he was healthy, they would not have won 3 games in a row against the Knicks. But it doesn't matter with the Knicks own the season tiebreaker over Boston anyway. They lead the season series 2-1. Even if Boston wins tonight, the Knicks do have the superior division record. But again, the Knicks are 3 games back of Boston with 3 games to play. It's technically 2 games back because they own the season tiebreaker. So if the Knicks win tonight, again, they do have to win out to finish with the same record as Boston. So the best the Knicks could finish is 54-28. The Celtics already have 54 wins, so as long as they win one more game, they're going to get the 2 seed. But again, I still want to see them win. But I have been tossing it around in my mind for the last couple of weeks here. Well, what if the Knicks lose to the Celtics? And what if the Knicks fall behind the Cleveland Cavaliers and they get the 4 seed? You would think in most cases, no, Pat, you want to be as high of a seed as possible so you can get home court advantage as long as possible, right? Well, again, I hate the Boston Celtics because I'm genuinely worried about the Knicks playing the Boston Celtics this year, a rematch of last year in the playoffs, and how great Boston was even without Jason Tatum. And his shooting numbers have been, he's not shooting 50%. His field goal percentages is down, but that's not a surprise. But physically, he looks good. The rebound, he's averaging almost double-digit rebounds, which is absurd. And so I've been tossing it over in my mind. All right, what's the Knicks' most realistic shot of getting to the NBA Finals? it's probably avoiding the Boston Celtics until the conference finals or hoping they get knocked out. And so if the Knicks lose tonight, they'll have the same exact record as the Cleveland Cavaliers, who they also do own the season tiebreaker over. But part of me is rooting if the Knicks couldn't get the 2 seed, honestly, I hope they drop to the 4 seed. And if the Knicks play the Atlanta Hawks or the Toronto Raptors in the first round of the playoffs, that's easy money. I'm telling you right now. The Knicks are winning that series. And then they would play the Detroit Pistons in the second round, who I think the Knicks have a really good shot of beating in a best-of-7 series. They beat them last year. I know the Pistons are the 1 seed. I know they blew the Knicks out twice already this year. Playoffs are a whole different animal. And the question mark with Cade Cunningham, I think that would suit the Knicks pretty well. That would suit them pretty well. So, I'm almost kind of rooting for them to get the 4 seed. And as much as I'd want them to win this game, I'm like, all right, a loss ain't the worst thing. You can see how I'm trying to spin zone this thing in many different ways. That's what it's like being a Knicks fan. You're like, all right, well, maybe it's not so bad if they lose and they drop to the freaking 4 seed when most Knicks fans and a lot of NBA fans thought the Knicks would be the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference this year. Boston not going to have Jason Tatum for most of the year. Detroit maybe not ready to take the step up yet. Cleveland, the Knicks, the Cleveland was the 1 seed last year, but the Knicks own them. Maybe Orlando is scrappy this year. Milwaukee, if Giannis can stay healthy, and he hasn't. And yet the Knicks are going to be tied and possibly drop to the 4 seed. So look, that's life as a Knicks fan. You don't get to win. You don't get to win a whole lot. Even when the Knicks have been winning here the last couple of years, they still lost in the conference finals last year to Indiana. So there is that on the Knicks and the Celtics. It's 92-87 Boston, under 8 minutes to go. All right, speaking of the NBA, we got some news here earlier today. And wouldn't you know it, Joel Embiid is injured again. He's injured again. And it's not the knee injury that has been causing him problems for years now. I mean, the guy's got an injury history, the length of a CVS or a ShopRite receipt, or insert your local grocery store. And this is the worst possible time for Joel Embiid to suffer another injury. Well, what is that injury, you ask? He got an appendectomy today. Joel Embiid has appendicitis. And he's going to there's no timeline given on his return. As the 76ers have 3 games left to go in the regular season, they're a game out of the 6th seed and trying to catch the Toronto Raptors so they can avoid the play-in tournament. And Joel Embiid, when he's been healthy this year, the Sixers have been good. They're 24-14 when Embiid is on the floor. They're 19-22 without him. And you look at Embiid's numbers this year, even though, he's only averaged, he's actually averaged 32 minutes this year. That would be the most minutes per game that he's played in 3 seasons. He's averaging 27 points, just under 8 rebounds, and 4 assists per game. He's shooting close to 50% from the field. He's shooting 33% from deep. He hasn't been bad when he's played. But again, they've load managed him throughout the season, managing his minutes, never playing him on a back-to-back. He's missed several games this year. Embiid has once again only played 38 games this season. He played 19 games last year. He played 39 games the year before that. And now he's got appendicitis added to his injury list. The 76ers reported that Joel Embiid had a successful appendectomy surgery on Thursday, today in Houston. They announced that during their game against the Rockets, and they didn't give a timeline for Embiid's return, but the team's statement was, quote, "Further updates will be provided as appropriate." Embiid reported that he was feeling ill this morning and then was diagnosed with appendicitis and had to get, you got to get surgery. I've never had my appendix removed, knock on wood. Hopefully I don't have to. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But, yeah, that's a scary thing. And there hasn't been a whole lot of appendectomies in the NBA over the last couple of years, but as a Knicks fan, he wasn't with the Knicks at the time, but I do remember OG Anunoby when he was with the Raptors in the playoffs in 2019. He had an appendectomy. He was out for a month. A month. And so even if it's best case scenario, if Joel Embiid misses a week, the Sixers don't get a top 6 seed, he's going to be on the sideline, missing the play-in tournament, trying to get into the playoffs because he had to have his appendix removed. I mean, look, there is a guy that is injury prone, which is what Joel Embiid is. And then there's things like this, man, where it is just bad luck. That is just unfortunate. That is just unfortunate. And I got to be honest, and again, just spinning this as a Knicks fan, I'm giving you my opinions, Pat Boyle, I don't feel bad. Because I'll never forget 2 years ago in the playoffs when he stomped on Mitchell Robinson's leg, which then caused Mitchell Robinson to miss half of the season next year. It was a dirty, scumbag move from Joel Embiid. So, some would call it unfortunate. Some would call it bad luck. I might call it karma. But Joel Embiid, appendicitis, as the Sixers are trying to make a push to avoid the play-in tournament. There's 4 days left to go in the regular season. God knows how long he's going to be out. I mean, you got to be kidding me. That is just unreal. Unreal. All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got some phone calls to get to when we come back. 310-840-4910. And also, what if I told you that all you had to do was show up to work to get $1 million? Somebody in the NFL is about to forfeit $1 million. I'll tell you who. I'll tell you why when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What happens if, and I'm not suggesting the Texans go from the top defense to the 27th defense. That's not what I'm saying. What if they go from like 1 to 8? 1 to 11? A drop-off. Do you have confidence that CJ Stroud and the offense can take a step forward to make up for the drop-off that the defense might have? I'm going to be real with you. I don't have that confidence. Remember Troy Aikman kind of blasting CJ Stroud during that game, questioning his preparation? Is the time being put in? There are like whispers, and none of this is very negative. This is not to intimate that CJ Stroud is engaging in like illicit activity or that he's a bad guy off the field. No one is saying that. I'm not saying it or intimating it. But there are like whispers that like the preparation might not be there with Stroud. And Troy Aikman basically said so, right? So what happens if the Texans offense takes a step back? David Montgomery was their big move at running back. Like Joe Mixon gets hurt, and unfortunately that situation goes the way it does. I don't think David Montgomery is any great shakes, my opinion, at this point in his career. And if you're counting on him to fix your run game, I think you've got big-time issues. The offensive line, once again, feels like a roll of the dice at best. And then you're counting on the 2 Iowa State rookies from last year, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I like both, but you're counting on them to take a step forward. Will Tank Dell ever be the player that he was? And, maybe we think he's going to play this year. He missed all of last season, remember, after an electric rookie year and a pretty good year number 2. Missed all of last year. Can he come back and can he be something for CJ Stroud and this Houston Texans offense? I've got my concerns with the Texans. A little more than 2 months from now, we'll all be talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder and this run that they've been on. I feel like most people don't like them. And I think that dislike right now is just at a simmer. Like they won one title, and that's okay, right? It was the first one. But think about the way people talk about the Thunder now, this season. They're foul baiters. SGA is a free throw merchant. And now they're starting to lean into it a little bit, into the heel persona. Not a ton, it's not really their MO, but they're leaning into it a little bit. Imagine how much you're going to dislike them, assuming you do already, if and when they beat either Jokic and the Nuggets, Wemby and the Spurs in the Western Conference Final, and then maybe the Celtics in the NBA Finals. And SGA wins another MVP and another Finals MVP. We are a little more than 2 months away from talking about the Thunder in a way that we have only talked about a handful of teams in the history of the NBA.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Alrighty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I am locked into this Knicks game. It is 101-100. Celtics lead with 3:22 to go. We'll keep you posted all the way through the finish. Again, Boston wins tonight. They are guaranteed to get the 2 seed, and the Knicks would have the same record as the Cleveland Cavaliers for the 3 and the 4 seed, which is crucial for a potential second-round playoff matchup. The 4 seed, assuming they win, plays the Pistons. 3 seed, assuming they win, and assuming the Celtics win, would play Boston in the second round. So could be Knicks Celtics, it could be Cavaliers Celtics, it could be Knicks Pistons, could be Cavs Pistons. But that's, again, assuming that we get chalk in the first round of the NBA playoffs. And with how big of a role and a factor injuries have played in the last couple of years in the postseason, who knows what is going to happen. In terms of the 3 baseball games going on right now, White Sox blanking the Royals 2-0. Get you caught up here on the MLB scoreboard. Hell of a pitching performance for Anthony Kay, who I know was not rated highly on Monty, our video producer, Monty's website, batters-box.com, but 5 2/3 scoreless innings with 6 strikeouts. And they got a Colson Montgomery RBI double, and you got an Acuna sac fly, Luis Angel Acuna, who they got from the Mets in that trade in the offseason for Luis Robert. So 2-0 White Sox in the top of the 8th. And then the Rockies and the Padres have just kicked it off in San Diego. They're scoreless in the top of the 1st. And then in the top of the 9th, the Mets losing to another mediocre team again. Diamondbacks lead the Mets 7-1. They beat them last night 7-2. And they lead them right now 7-1. The great Nolan McLean, he was pretty good. They only gave up 2 runs across 6 1/3 innings, but it's this Mets bullpen that has imploded. And Eduardo Rodriguez, only 1 earned run allowed over 6 innings. So for Arizona, they broke this game open. It was 1-0 Mets going into the top of the 7th, and then Arizona put up 4 runs in the 7th. They put up 3 more runs in the 8th. A couple of doubles. You got a RBI groundouts. A couple of groundouts, couple of doubles, sac fly, triple. It's just been Mets bullpen looking atrocious yet again here. So they're on the verge of dropping to 7-6, and the D-backs are on the verge of getting to 7-6. All right, I'll tell you about that $1 million forfeiting, some NFL player forfeiting $1 million in just a couple of moments. But let's get to the phones here, 310-840-4910. Let's get to Ross in New Jersey. Up next with me, Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Ross is on line 1. Go ahead, Ross.
Pat, how we doing, my man?
Good, brother. How are you? I'm sweating here watching the Knicks try to close this game out, even though I was saying last segment, I don't think it would be the worst thing for the Knicks if they got the 4 seed, but it's hard to not root for them to beat the Celtics here in a game at the Garden with a minute to go.
I mean, listen, dude, you're in the home stretch now. I'm one of those people, you'll never hear me talk about who I'd rather play. I'll tell you teams that I'm afraid of playing, and on that note, I'd rather not play Boston than play Detroit. Whenever I say I'd rather play a team, I always kind of feel like it comes back to, bite me in the
Yeah, right. When you're like, oh, if we play, if our team plays them, they're definitely going to win, and then they end up getting beat by that team, or that team gets beat the round before, and then you get beat by the team that beats them. So I hear what you're saying. And I know the Knicks beat the Celtics last year in the postseason. I still think Detroit's a better matchup for the Knicks.
I would say Detroit, on that note, and I agree with you, I would say even pre-collapse long Cade Cunningham. I've been on record all year saying I think Detroit was overhyped. I think J.B. Bickerstaff is an eerie, similar image of what Tom Thibodeau was talked up to be by us Knicks fans, kind of peaks once he resets the culture. We saw him do it with Cleveland, now with Detroit, even kind of in Memphis. He reset that culture, and now what? We're talking about a team that was a 6 seed last year, that we had their number, beat them in 6, and their only addition in the offseason was Duncan Robinson. And that swapped out for Malik Beasley, and all of a sudden they become world beaters because they were a 1 seed. I mean, I know they're still a 1 seed, but yeah, I'm absolutely with you, bro. And now you talk about what Boston did without Tatum, throwing him back in the the swing of things. They're the gold standard in my opinion. Obviously they got the ring to back it up too. But I mean the other blue and orange team in the city is a disgrace, bro. I got the Met game on the other TV. This team's a hot mess, bro. A hot mess.
How do you trust that bullpen? I mean, it was brutal in the second half last year. It's been brutal in some of their losses already this season, and they just don't play complimentary baseball. They don't play complimentary baseball at all.
See, I don't know how many people with the national audience are going to know the name Joe Beningo. I bet quite a few. But truer words have never been spoken when Mr. Joe Beningo said you could change the owner, the manager, the uniforms. You basically did change everybody on the roster.
Yes.
You basically did, and you still got the same old Mets. They can't hit. When they do hit, they can't pitch. They can never field. Forget the fielding. Forget the basic fundamentals of baseball. You're kicking ground balls all over the infield, dropping not routine fly balls, but not even 1% catch probability.
And so much of a big emphasis this offseason was to improve the defense. They literally traded for Marcus Semien and traded Brandon Nimmo to Texas so they could improve their defense, and their defense is terrible.
The whole team's out of position. You got a third baseman in right and Brett Beatty. The entire infield is primary shortstops. You got Bichette, who couldn't even play short. You throw him at third. Polanco's at first. Semien, you got to remember, is technically a natural shortstop. They only got moved to second when he went to Texas. I mean, the only player that's it, they even moved Soto to left for Carson Bench, who could have hit a beach ball, which, by the way, I remember calling you up, talking about all these rookies in the league right now. You got McGonigal, the Lauder, Weatherholt. I called you up. Connor Griffin didn't even get called up yet. And you got Met fans clinging on to Carson Bench because he hit one solo homer in a 5-run game. I don't think he's had a hit since. And he lost to a game with a drop pop-up. That's our phenom rookie, and he moved Juan Soto out of position. So I don't know, man. Obviously, 162 games, but it just seems like different players, different names on the backs of the jerseys. You got the same word Mets on the front, and crap never changes, bro. And I think we're seeing it right now. But, hey, man, let's go Knicks. Appreciate the time, bro.
Yeah, Ross, appreciate the call. Look, that perfect encapsulation of of why I love doing sports talk radio. National, local, doesn't matter. I mean, if you're I pride myself on watching games every single night, knowing as much about every single league as I can. I have NBA League Pass. I try to watch every single Yankee and Mets baseball game that I can, but obviously pay attention to the entire league. We've talked about baseball every day for the last several weeks here and since the season started. So if you want to commiserate about your team and you think, oh, well, what does Pat know about the Detroit Tigers? What does Pat know about the about the Houston Rockets? Give me a call, because that was awesome. If you want to just vent about your team sucking, or if you want to pump your chest and say your team's going to win a championship this year, feel free to call in anytime, 310-840-4910. But Ross, a Mets fan, not happy with the state of affairs going on with the New York Mets. And I think everybody should know Francisco Lindor. He's a household name. I'm kind of sick and tired of the excuses for Francisco Lindor. Every single April, this guy can't even hit his weight. And it's, just wait. Wait. It's just another slow start for Francisco Lindor. It's just another slow start. Don't worry about it. And last year, his slow start is what helped derail the season. And he's off to another slow start again this year. And they're, 3 outs away from barely being above 500. They're a tough watch right now. By the way, 42 seconds left, and Josh Hart, of all people, just drilled a triple to give the Knicks a 109-104 lead over the Boston Celtics. An absolutely massive three that may have just sealed the game for the New York Knickerbockers. It's final, by the way. The Mets, what did they go? 1-2-3 and get out on 8 pitches in the bottom of the ninth? They already lost. Producer Brandon Combs tells me. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, so we'll save. I got a story for you of if all you had to do was just show up to a voluntary, let's say a voluntary function for work, and you got a fat stack of cash for it, why would you skip it? We'll do that. Plus, we got a full slate of really good topics and the top headlines in sports to do in hot or cold. When we come back, we'll get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. That's coming up next. We'll get you caught up with the final score from Knicks and the Celtics and the other NBA scores going on right now as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
But if the Jets take Bailey second, and the Arizona Cardinals, who are going to stink this year, they can't not stink. It's impossible. They play in a division with 3 monsters, like the meme with the 3 dragon heads, and then that look ferocious, and the other one that looks like you just found him after a bender weekend, and sitting in the corner of his apartment shivering. That's the Cardinals. They got to deal with the Rams. They got to deal with the Niners and the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. With Gardner Minshew or Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, good luck. And maybe they end up, that's the team that drafts Ty Simpson. We'll see. Arizona's not going to be good this year. If the Cardinals somehow lucked into Arvell Reese at 3rd overall, whose ceiling is to be like a transformative defensive player, I will come on the air Friday after the NFL draft, after round 1, which will be April 24th on this show, and tell you that the Cardinals are big winners. That is a dream scenario for the Arizona Cardinals.
I think if you put yourself in a position as an organization that you have to trade one of the best players at his position in the sport, you have already failed. And I thought one of the appealing things about bringing in Harbaugh is that this nonsense shouldn't happen. My thought was, and Lawrence got ripped last year, and I was one of the people who was ripping him. He had a down year. He's out of shape. I didn't love his attitude. I didn't love the way he answered things in postgame. It just seemed like he didn't care. Part of the appeal for Harbaugh would be he comes in and he knows better than anybody else how important a player of Dexter Lawrence caliber is, and he would get him motivated, and he would take care of him and get the maximize Dexter Lawrence, get the best out of him. All Dexter Lawrence wants is to get paid. At least from my knowledge of it, it seems like he would be fine being here if he gets paid. Harbaugh clearly wants him on the team. I think they would be ridiculous. If you trade Dexter Lawrence, you have already failed, especially if you're talking about trying to win now. This is not what happened with the Jets with Quentin Williams and Sauce Gardner a year ago with their total rebuild. The Giants can win some games now, and they can do so with Dexter Lawrence leading that defense, so I think they have to keep him.
Maxwell Hiller, who is the number 2 offensive tackle in the class of 27, not 26, but 27, has committed to the University of Florida to play for new Gators coach John Sumrall. Sumrall was a monster at Tulane, and once Florida struck out on Lane Kiffin, they turned their attention to Sumrall, and he quickly became their coach. Now, Florida in football has fallen on some tough times, right? Feels like a long time ago, and it's been over 2 decades since Urban Meyer was winning a ton of games and national titles. The Swamp. I don't know if John Sumrall is going to get Florida back to those true glory days, winning SECs, competing for national championships, but it feels like this is a step in the right direction. And this player, Hiller, won't play this year, but he presumably, as long as he keeps the commit, will play next year. If you're a Florida Gators fan, a great sign. And if you're the fan of another SEC football team, maybe it's time to worry a little bit about the sleeping football giant known as the Florida Gators.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Also, make sure you download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. So in case you can't listen to us live, but you're catching us right now, in case you're driving home from work or you're driving home from dinner or whatever your plans were, and you say, hey, I like this show. I want to listen more, but I can't really listen live during the, most of the time during the show. Download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts and make sure you listen each and every day whenever you can. Okay. Also, you want to join the show. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join. Quick programming note, in 20 minutes from now, we're going to have a guest on the show, Jonathan Coachman, PGA Tour analyst, also the host of Coaching Company, which you can find on Stadium and YouTube, and of course, a former major fixture in WWE. The coach, Jonathan Coachman, will join us in 20 minutes. But it is hour number 5, a staple of the final hour of the show here on BetMGM Tonight. It's time to get producer Brandon Combs in the mix and do a little hot or cold. Combs, my Knicks finish off the Celtics. Josh Hart raining down a couple of monster threes in the final minute. The Knicks win at 112-106. And so, yes, is it likely the Celtics lose to the Pelicans tomorrow? and collapse and the Knicks jump them for the 2 seed? No, it's not likely. But you know what? I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel more and more comfortable that last year is going to be deja vu this year for the Celtics, and that if it is Knicks Celtics in the second round, the Knicks are winning that series, baby, because they just beat Boston 3 out of 4 times this year. And it was before Tatum. It was before Tatum. Well, they had Tatum tonight, and the Knicks still won. So how do you like that?
From the same guy who argued that last year. Oh, well, the Celtics beat the Knicks 3 out of 4 in the regular season too, and look what we did to them in the playoffs. And the way you just rolled your arms there, I wish you had your cutoff shirt, because you would look like that little kid in that commercial with Cam Newton. You're just getting your arm ready.
Yeah, I am getting my arm ready. I won't look like a little kid, though, if I pop this shirt off. You know that. You know that, and the gym and the soccer moms at the gym know that.
Oh, clipping that.
All right, let's get into a little
on your
hot or
wedding
cold.
night.
Please don't. Please don't ruin my marriage.
I will try
But
not to.
that hasn't even happened yet.
Yeah, that you're not even engaged yet. Perfect. All right. Let's start here. The Bulls leading the league in attendance is the reason why the Bulls don't get better. Hot or cold?
Cold. I would say it's because the Bulls front office has been trash for the last several years is why they don't get better. I mean, they just fired AK, your guy, Arturas Karnisovas, with a week to go left in the regular season. They also fired their GM, Mark Eversley. So I think that's probably why they haven't gotten any better. I don't think you want to say with a fan showing up to the United Center, no matter how bad this team is the reason that they don't get better, because the Knicks, everybody showed up to the Garden when the Knicks were bad. And that wasn't any reason. That it was not like James Dolan didn't try to make the Knicks good. He just kept hiring the wrong people and let the wrong people make the decisions. I mean, for goodness sake, they brought back Phil Jackson, and he cratered the team. He sent the team back 5 years, but it was Phil Jackson, he will save us. So it has nothing to do with the fans. Don't blame Bulls fans and thinking that, as long as the United Center fills up, Jerry Reinsdorf isn't going to do anything to make this team better. No, he just needs to hire the right people. And so far for the last several years, he hasn't done that. So I'm not blaming it on Bulls fans packing that arena, despite the fact that the product has been mediocre for several years.
Pat, I'm also not blaming Bulls fans. And since you're, all the way in New York and you have your head buried in the sand because, you guys have good ownership there. You guys have owners who try to win. Let me educate you a little bit. Let me educate you a little bit on the dealings of Jerry Reinsdorf and how Jerry Reinsdorf runs teams. Spend as little as you have to and try to win as little as you have to and pack the arena. Because that's how Reinsdorf families run the White Sox. That's how they run the Bulls. And that's all that they do. He is notorious for actually having said, I would rather finish second, but finish first in attendance. I would rather not win a championship as long as I finish first in attendance. That is why they don't get better, because Jerry Reinsdorf has no reason to go out and spend money because the stadiums are always packed. Now, it's not necessarily true with White Sox, right? The White Sox fans have taken a stand over the last 5 or 10 years or so where they're not packing the stands consistently. And Jerry Reinsdorf just, still doesn't spend money. The largest contract in White Sox history is Andrew Benintendi at $75 million. If that tells you anything. The Pirates just signed a rookie for twice that. So it's incredible. But this is what Jerry Reinsdorf does. And as long as you keep packing the stands, as long as he still keeps making that money, he is not spending it. I don't blame Bulls fans because, look, Chicago sports fans are to me, of course, I'm biased, the greatest fans in the world, right? You got New York, you got Boston, and you got Chicago. I think those are the 3 best fan bases in all of sports. And Bulls fans showing up, it's a testament to who they are. But the Bulls will never get better as long as that arena is packed.
Yeah, I think that's misguided. I think that's
It's not.
misguided. I think it is. Like you said, Jerry Reinsdorf, he doesn't want to spend money. Well, that's one thing, but still, you've had a GM that has whiffed on the draft picks for the most part, right? We love Buzelis. I love Matas Buzelis. And they've just made the wrong moves. They've made the wrong moves. Arturas Karnisovas has made the wrong moves for years. You don't have to have the highest payroll in the NBA, in a league where there's a salary cap anyway. It's not like baseball where you can just spend like the Dodgers or the Yankees or even the Mets, and try to build a successful team. There is a salary cap. And I'm not saying the Bulls have been in the top 10 over the last couple of years, or, I'm not saying that, but you can still have a team that doesn't spend a lot of money and be successful. We see it all the time in baseball where there isn't a salary cap. I think it's the fact that they have had the wrong people in the front office for the last several years.
Pat,
and now they're willing to make a change.
You're an NBA guy, so you would agree with me, right? Like, yes, you don't have to spend the most money to win a championship in any sport. Yes, that's been proven. But you do have to have superstars on your basketball team. The NBA is a league that is driven by superstardom. The best teams in the league have at least a minimum of 2 superstars on them. When you look at OKC, when you look at Boston, when you look at the Knicks, you have the superstar power on those teams. The Bulls haven't had that. When's the last time the Bulls had a superstar? It was Derrick Rose. And he was the only one on that team. I mean, you had some other guys. You had some good key players on those Derrick Rose teams, but I don't think Joakim Noah ever qualified as a superstar.
True. Well, the good thing is the Bulls
the Bulls will never get a superstar because they won't spend the money to get a superstar, and that's a problem. That's why the Bulls don't get better. They don't have star power.
Well, they got a ton of money to spend this offseason because you only got about $90 million on the books next year. And it's also, it's not like there's a huge discrepancy in terms of how in baseball, Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, $300 million plus payrolls. And then you look at the Marlins and the Rays and it's like $70 million, $75 million. Like the Bulls, their payroll for this year is $188 million. You go up to the number 8th highest team on payroll in the NBA and it's like $199 million. So it's like we're not talking about a huge difference here. I get your point. It's a fair point. But your initial question was the fact that United Center is packed is the reason the Bulls will never get better. And I'm saying no, it's because you've had 2 morons running the team for the last several years.
3. That includes Jerry Reinsdorf.
Oh, okay. I won't disagree with that. All right, hot or cold? This is the story I wanted to get to last segment. How about this? Myles Garrett is skipping the start of the Browns offseason program. It's voluntary. But in the process, he's forfeiting $1 million. Myles Garrett is going to lose a $1 million workout bonus for skipping the start of the team's offseason program. The payment is fully guaranteed. It still must be earned. All he had to do was attend the voluntary offseason program, or he had to participate in 84% of the offseason workout sessions, participate in all mini camps, participate in all OTA days, and timely report to training camp. And he's thrown away $1 million. Now, Myles Garrett's making $40 million this year, but Combs, hot or cold, Myles Garrett skipping the voluntary offseason workout program and forfeiting $1 million is the ultimate throwing money down the drain scenario.
Any chance that if I show up to work out with the Browns, I can get that $1 million?
You just got to be their tackling dummy.
Yeah, I that's fine. I'll sit for $1 million. I can go through a round of getting tackled for sure. Look, for a guy who made 160 of those $1 million a year ago when he signed his contract, I don't think he's worried about $1 million, especially to work out.
He's not getting 160 million all in one piece. I know you know that. He's getting 40 million this year.
Yeah. Right.
All right, let's downscale that then. Let's downscale that. $40 million. He's forfeiting $1 million of the bonus. Let's say his salary was $4 million. He would be forfeiting $100,000. Forfeiting, if you're making $4 million a year, you're still rich. You're among the 1%. Forfeiting $100,000. Let's downscale it a little bit more. Let's say you're making $400,000. Would you throw away $10,000? If your salary was $40,000, would you throw away $1,000? No, if your salary was 40 grand, would you throw away $1,000? That's essentially what he's doing.
I don't know what any of those feel like, Pat. So I can't answer that. So look, I wouldn't throw away any money. That's me personally, right? Like I understand.
Show up.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I understand that. But when you're talking about a guy who's making $160 million, 123 of that I believe was guaranteed. $1 million. I mean, if I gave you $140, would you throw away one?
That's but you're acting like he's getting paid, like he's got to earn all that over the course of his contract. And yes, a lot of that was guaranteed. All right, so let's say it's guaranteed money. If you gave me $123, would I take $1 and light it on fire? I don't know, probably not.
No, but
probably not.
Would you hand it to the guy sitting on the corner?
But that's not what he's doing. He's giving it back to the Cleveland Browns ownership that was going to pay him that $1 million.
I would argue the Cleveland Browns are the guy sitting on the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's
in
exactly.
NFL terms. I mean,
not like he could say, transfer my give my $1 million bonus to one of these other young guys on the team. It literally just goes back to Browns, or it goes back to Jimmy and Dee Haslam.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I don't think it matters to him. And look, I think Myles Garrett still, even after signing this contract, still wanted out of Cleveland, but they gave him a bag, and he was like, "Okay, well, I guess I can come here." But why am I gonna put out the extra effort? Why am I gonna come and go to voluntary workouts? Why am I gonna do any of this? Keep your $1 million. Give me the $123 million guaranteed. I'll make the rest through incentives because I'm an absolute beast. That's. I mean, I get what you're saying. I do. It's a ton of money, Pat. You give me that $1 million, and I guarantee you there is like very few things in the world that I would do right now at this very moment for $1 million. But that's not. I'm not Myles Garrett. I don't have.
It's not like it's chump change. It's not like look. If it was $100,000 for him, it's not though. It can't be. 1 out of 40 this year. He's making $40 million. 1 out of 40. Yes. That's more than 2% of his salary. That's not chump change.
I understand, but that's
he could take that. He could take the $1 million and immediately just invest it into something. Put it in the freaking stock. Well, maybe not put it in the stock market now. Actually, depending on. I don't want to get political, but depending on. Invest it into a business. Do anything. Buy one of your family members a house. You could do it. It's $1 million. All you gotta do is show up and basically stand there, run a couple of drills in your underwear, and do God knows what. What else is he doing? He's had months to go on vacation. I just can't. I can't imagine that. Again, if we scale this down, $40,000 salary, and somebody says, "I'll pay you $1,000 just to show up here to this lecture or this work training that we have to do," and you go like, "Nah, I don't need $1,000." You're telling me that's nothing?
I know. I'm with you. I'm with you. Like we are in sync. That's a lot of money. You don't throw away that much money. I get that part of it. But we're not talking about it. We're talking about him. We're not talking about us. We wouldn't throw away $1 million. Myles Garrett, he might throw away $1 million.
All right. We got to get to break here. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll talk to the coach. Jonathan Coachman joins us next. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
As for Kirk Cousins' old team, I think they are absolutely screwed. Screwed heading into this season. So yesterday, Caleb McGarry retired for the Falcons. And you may hear that and say, who cares? I'm going to tell you why you need to care about this. Caleb McGarry is a former first-round pick, right tackle for Atlanta. So basically, he's the left tackle. because both quarterbacks on Atlanta are lefties with Penix and Tua Tagovailoa. And you may remember he got hurt out for the season right before the regular season started last year, and Atlanta had to scramble basically at left tackle, right, because Penix is a lefty last year, and now he's retired. The Falcons signed Jawan Taylor yesterday, the former Kansas City Chief, who is most famous for getting called for 1 billion false start penalties in Kansas City, where he's projected to start at right tackle this year for Atlanta. Basically, he's the left tackle because both quarterbacks are lefties. Also, the Falcons have started their offseason workouts, and you know who's not present? James Pierce, the guy that they traded this year's first-round pick, 13th overall, to the Rams to select at the back end of last year's first round. And Pierce was really good as a rookie. 10.5 sacks. Like, he was actually good. But he currently is dealing with 4 criminal charges, 3 of them felonies. I'm not going to get into the details, for a domestic dispute with the WNBA player girlfriend of his. He may never play again. And I'm not saying he won't. He could play this year. I have no idea how the legal process will play out. But he ain't present. And if you were betting on this, you'd think it's unlikely that he's going to play this year for the Atlanta Falcons. Right? Fair to say? Also, their quarterbacks are Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. They're lucky that they're in a division with Tampa, Carolina, and the Saints. That is the only upside that you can look at. The only path to relevancy. And I love Kevin Stefanski. I think he's an awesome coach. I wanted the Giants to hire him. I don't think he's got much to work with here. And even given the state of that division, I don't think Atlanta's sniffing the playoffs this year. I think they are in huge, huge trouble and don't even have their own first-round pick to try and restock the cupboard. What is something in Danny Parkin's life that he would give up to play a round of golf at Augusta National?
Like, would I miss?
This is something with your kids. Yeah.
Yeah, would I miss both of my kids' high school graduations? like, you know what I mean? Like, I think I'd have to consider it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's like 300 members. We only know like 60 of them. I've heard stories of members being told, you're playing too much, like we're going to make you a tee time down the road. Because like they don't even let members play whenever they want to. You can't buy a round at a charity event. It doesn't exist. Like, so they won't even auction off rounds for charities. Like, how could I possibly? Like, Peyton Manning is not going to invite me to play Augusta. Like, Condoleezza Rice is not going to ask me to play Augusta. So if I actually got invited to play Augusta, it is rarer objectively than my 2 well-to-do, smart sons who are 6 and 4 graduating high school. Like, I'm not saying I'd miss their wedding, but I think a high school graduation, I think I'd have to say, send me the pictures. Is that terrible? Probably. If my wife sees this clip, she'll be furious. But it's just, I think it's the correct answer.
What happens if, and I'm...
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Let's go to the guest line and let's bring in the coach, Jonathan Coachman, the WWE personality, PGA Tour analyst. He's also the host of Coach and Company, which you can find on Stadium and YouTube. You find him on Twitter at The Coach Rules. Coach, let's start with a little Masters. Day one at Augusta in the books. An eventful day one. Scotty and Rory right near the top. And so let's start with the defending champion here. Do you think Rory, and I guess maybe round one kind of gives you the answer, but do you think Rory will be in contention all weekend because he doesn't have that monkey on his back anymore of having to complete the career slam? He looked pretty damn good today.
Yeah, 1,000%. This is all what I call gravy time now, Pat. And this is where he's now stacking on his legacy, but he's gotten over that coveted 20-win mark. He's damn near close to 30. He has the career Grand Slam. So now what else does he have to worry about? I mean, all those different years, 10 years, decade, where he came very, very close, even when the pressure was on him. So I think he came out today. He had a great back nine. And think about this, guys, that 91 players teed off. Only 16 are under par, which means he has at least a 5-shot lead over 75 players. And if I'm going to spot Rory McIlroy 5 shots and Scotty Scheffler is going to spot them 2 shots and some other top players, all those guys, even par or worse, are out of it. It's going to be a shootout with a lot of top guys. But I think Rory McIlroy, I predicted if he got off to a great start, which he did, I predicted he would win again. My pick and my one and done was Patrick Reed, and he's right there at 2-back-2. So I love how it started. I think it sets up for a great final 3 days.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and I saw an interesting stat today. Out of all the reigning champions to be in first place or tied for first at the end of the first round, there was like 7 or 8 of them. Only Jack Nicklaus went on to repeat. So Rory trying to do something not done since Jack Nicklaus several decades ago. Coach, as for Scotty, he's got the 4 major titles, 2 of them last year at the PGA Championship and the Open. I just want to ask you long-term about Scotty, because obviously nobody's going to count him out of winning this thing here. But talk about his legacy. How close do you think he can get to either Tiger's 15 majors or, God forbid, Jack's 18? Do you still think that's within reach, or with how much talent and parity there is in the sport, do you think that's unattainable?
It's such a great question, and I've called 4 events this year. I call all the signature events, and I call the entire FedEx Cup. So I've had him 4 times, and what I've seen is a dip, but a natural dip. So many people are like, "Oh my God, he hasn't won in 3 or 4 events. He hasn't had a top 10." Think about how ridiculous that is. Today he started out like a house of fire. I think when you talk about his legacy, can he get to 15? Well, we'd be silly to say yes, because we thought Tiger was on pace to break, Jack, and then all those things happened. Now, the difference between Scotty, Pat, and Tiger is that Scotty is an absolute family man. Scotty goes to the course, works, plays, comes home, just had a second kid. He's completely different than Tiger Woods. So I think his focus and his great play will last a lot longer than Tiger. But when you go back and look at some of the records, they're absolutely insane. I'm of the age that I was in college and high school in the mid to late 90s. And so I got to watch all of those great plays. Even if Scotty comes close to the cut record, to the number 1 weeks record, to the scoring record, like the top 8 scoring marks, Tiger's 7 of them. Scotty is 1 of them. I don't think he'll be able to come close to across the board. If I was to say the major one, I think he can get to what does he have, 5 now? 5 or 6?
4.
I think he can get to double digit 4. I think he can get to double digits. But to get to 15 or 18, guys, think about that. I mean, you're playing 40 in 10 years, and you're asking him to win almost half of those. His first win wasn't until 2022. So he's done all of this in the last 4 years. So, no, I don't think he can get there, but I think he can get to 10 or 11.
Coach, disastrous day for both John Rahm and Bryson DeChambeau. Bryson looked like one of us, couldn't get out of the freaking sand trap. Took him 3 hacks to get out of there. John Rahm, 4 bogeys on the front 9. Whose brutal round 1 are you more surprised by? And do you give either of these guys a chance to, I don't know about winning it, but maybe top 10? Who do you think is more likely to bounce back?
More surprised by Bryson, for sure. And you said he looked a lot like us. After the second Duff out of that 11th bunker. The whole hands on the knees and like, what is going on? Then they ask him what happened. He's like, well, there's a lot more sand in the bunkers than I anticipated. Brother, you played there for the last 3 days. What do you mean? You didn't practice out of the bunker? You didn't know how much sand was in the bunker? And he was pissed afterwards. And this is a guy that the last couple of years, he hired a team to turn around his perception. Today, post-game, it was like 2-word answers, 3-word answers. But to me, John Rahm came in with a lot of drama surrounding him, guys. So all of his press conferences were about not paying the fine to become a Ryder Cup team, not paying the fine to come back to the PGA Tour. Guys, if I paid you $300 million and I said, hey, to come back to relevance, it would cost you $5 to $15 million, would you pay that? I think that you would. If you said if the net was $250 and I get to come back and play in all the majors and play in all of these signature events. And I don't know if you guys saw, but we announced on the PGA Tour, I've been with the tour for 8 years, that we're going to be changing the whole schedule next year. A lot more big events with the top players. You don't think Rahm, Bryson, and all those guys want to come back? Brooks and Patrick Reed already have. So to me, I think Rahm had so much negativity surrounding him because of all the noise and the nonsense. I did not expect him to play well. I didn't expect him to shoot a 78. But I did not expect him to play well because as much as I respect John Rahm and think he's a powerful, powerful player, he just has not been relevant since he went to live like a lot of players. So when you step into the cauldron, when you don't have a lot of pressure elsewhere, it's really hard to flip that switch.
Yeah, I said earlier in the show, I think it's eating at him. I think it's eating at him because since he's gone away to live tour, I mean, he's had a couple of top 10 finishes in the majors, but again, this is a guy before Scotty started dominating the sport. He won 2 majors, including the green jacket a couple of years ago. I think it's eating at him. So I agree with you wholeheartedly there. We're talking with Jonathan Coachman here, the coach on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Coach is the former WWE personality. He's a PGA Tour analyst now. He's also the host of Coaching Company, which you can find on Stadium and YouTube. Speaking of Bryson, what did you think of the 3D printed iron that he made? That was another thing, 2-word answers. He didn't want to talk much about it, but certainly made a ton of headlines. Literally made a 5-iron from a 3D printer and only used it once today.
Well, that's Bryson for you. I think Bryson has shown over the years that he's a weird guy. People forget when he was at SMU, Pat, he was a kinesiology major. He always loves to fiddle with stuff. But to me, I have a lot of respect for the golf media. I think a lot of them are nice guys. I'm friends with a few of them. But get off. He only hit it one time. He hit it one time today, and they asked him 8 questions about it. Get those questions out on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and focus your 5 minutes on what actually happened on the course. He was like, I only hit it one time. You got to know time, place, and understand what's going on and where they do. I don't know if you guys have ever been there, but where you do the press conference standing under the tree, you only get them for a few minutes. Are you really wanting to waste those questions on a 3D 5-iron that he only hit one time, or on why he started off slow when he's been so good in the majors the last couple of years? He's like the one live golfer that through the U.S. Open, PGA, Masters has consistently finished high. That's what I would have focused on. But he's a cat, and the reason you asked me that question is the reason we need him back on the PGA Tour. I will say this, that there's a lot of guys that if we had them back, the Brysons, maybe not DJ, but there's a lot of guys, Cameron Smith, that instantly the PGA Tour would be back just absolutely roaring. There is no disputing that. Tom Watson, though, he's furious. I thought they were, expelled for life. Things can be changed, guys, and they can be changed very quickly. I do not live in the world, because I lived in wrestling. I'm still living in wrestling, that when you hear, oh, this can't be done, oh, that can't happen. Anything can happen. And usually after it does, people move on very quickly. It's the decision. So for Bryson, he's a guy that we need to look at and say he's entertaining, whether he is in a good mood or not in a good mood. He is great for golf. He's great for YouTube. He's great for engagement. And we need him back all the time in the golf world with us.
I agree. Speaking of Tom Watson, if we can nerd out here for a second, because this headline, I didn't know much about this until today when I saw it, but golf ball rollback, limiting how far the ball can go by up to 15 yards for the pros by kind of restructuring how the golf balls are made here? Are you in favor of this or opposed? Most of the older legends of the game, including Tom Watson and Jack Nicklaus, they think it is a necessity. Where do you stand on I guess altering the golf balls to decrease the driving distance?
I don't want to waffle on it and say I'm on both sides of the fence, but the problem is not the equipment. The problem is the guys are a lot more athletic. They're a lot stronger. I'm around these guys a lot. And when you look at a Tom Watson or a Jack Nicklaus, if you've ever been around them like I have, Jack Nicklaus, when I met him for the first time, I couldn't believe how small he was. And then you've got a guy like Rory, who's kind of the same height, 5'7", 5'8", but they're super strong. They work out. That's the problem. If you roll the golf ball back, what's going to happen is you're going to limit what a player can do. So now you're going to say, well, it's going to be a wedge game. And if the ball can only go up to 320 yards max, well, now guys are going to have to find other clubs to hit. And to me, the working out and being athletic is going to go by the wayside. I would start, and you can't build new golf courses. There are very few places to build new golf courses. But add a couple of tees, add a couple of dog legs, tweak things a little bit to where guys have to think about placement and not just let's just hit it as far as we possibly can. So getting creative there, but to dial it back, to me, driving the ball straight is a skill. And if I can do it 340 and you can only do it 310, that's an advantage for me. And I don't want that taken away from guys like Bryson or some of these long hitters. So I'm probably 70-30, probably in favor of not doing it.
Okay, I'm good. I'm glad. I think there's chicks dig the long ball, man. So why are we going to try to take away the power from these guys? And then finally on the Masters, Coach, who's somebody that isn't a household name that you think we should keep an eye on the rest of the weekend? You think can make a charge or keep themselves near the top of the leaderboard?
Well, there's a couple of guys, and they're all Europeans. And I wouldn't say they're not household names because the Masters usually is a household name that wins. You're not going to see an amateur. I mean, we got guys, the lowest score is plus 12. And then you got 5. So there's 17 shots in between Rory and Sam Burns and the end. So we're already spread out. That's done. But to me, a guy like a Tommy Fleetwood, a Shane Lowry, a Xander Schauffele, these are guys that when they get in the mix and you get Saturday and Sunday, and remember, everything's different. This is the only place where they all tee off from the first early in the season. Then you're going to play late into like 7:15. You got to sit around till 3 o'clock to have that late tee time. Those are all things that veterans know how to do. If you're a young cat, can you imagine sitting around and it's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock? You're like, man, I just want to get out there and play. All of a sudden, the nerves are going. So to me, that's why certain guys always play well here. So I think Spieth gave a couple back. I loved him this week. But to me, it's Fleetwood, it's Lowry, it's Xander. And then, like I told you, I love Patrick Reed. He's been winning nonstop on the DP World Tour. Nobody's talking about it. He's coming back in August. He did a different route than Brooks Koepka, and he played great today. And remember, he finished top 5 a year ago. So keep your eyes on those 4 or 5 guys. They're all big names, but I think they're going to be right there. It's going to be a shootout come Sunday.
All right, sweet. We're talking to Jonathan Coachman, the coach, here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, for a couple more minutes. I want to talk some hoops with you if you would love to do that with me, because I'm buzzing right now. I'm a diehard Knicks fan. They just outlasted the Celtics at Madison Square Garden, and all I keep hearing from Combs and from all my friends that aren't Knicks fans and a lot of NBA fans is, oh, the Celtics this, the Celtics that. They got Tatum back. The Knicks aren't beating them again in the playoffs. If they face each other, which is looking pretty likely that would be the 2 versus the 3 matchup in the second round. I'll ask you, who do you think represents the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals this year?
I think it's going to be the Boston Celtics. They figured out how to play without Jason Tatum for 60 games or 70 games, whatever it is. He had 24, 13, and 8 tonight. He wasn't even supposed to be back. The Achilles injury is supposed to be a full year, guys. It happened last year this month. So he's well ahead of schedule. And yeah, it was nice to see all the celebrities celebrating tonight at MSG. But when it comes down to nut cutting time, Celtics have that DNA. They also have 2 other players outside of Tatum that can score 30 on any given night. The Knicks do not have that. If Brunson or Cat is not hitting 25 or 30 in every single playoff game, they will not win a series best out of 7. The Celtics have been there. I think it's a benefit, too, that Detroit, who I like, is the number 1 seed, because I think they're going to get bounced. Cade Cunningham, they don't have the experience in the playoffs. So to me, it's the Celtics, and I think it's going to be the Celtics and the Thunder in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I think the Thunder are getting back. I think they're winning it again. They're a freaking wagon, man. They're a wagon. They play incredible defense. SGA is unbelievable, even if you think he is a free throw merchant, which I don't. But, I mean, they've been banged up for most of the season. They're fully healthy. I think they're going to roll. All right, finally, you live in L.A. What's going on with the L.A. Lakers here? I mean, talk about catastrophe, man. Luka goes down with the hamstring strain. Austin Reeves goes down with the oblique strain. JJ Redick's throwing players under the bus. Any chance they make it past the first round with these injuries that they got going on? And I know that they could end up playing any of Houston or maybe even Denver or Minnesota if they could somehow get the 3 seed. But I mean, if Luka and Austin Reeves are sidelined for most of that first round, I don't see how they have a chance.
I think it's going to be the Rockets, to be honest with you, and the Rockets can beat them. When Luka decided to go to Europe to get his hamstring worked on, to me, that was the kiss of death. I thought, he's done for the season. And hamstrings are the hardest thing to come back quickly from. They can go just like that, just like a high ankle sprain. To get news that he's going to be back in the playoffs, they have not been specific. Like, is it the start? Is it game 1? Is it going to be at the beginning? Because if he comes back for game 3 or game 4, they may be down 2-0 by then. The only benefit is they're going to have the home game, it looks like, in the first round. But I don't think they're going to be a player unless he can get healthy. I mean, that 10-game winning streak, whatever it was, scoring 35-plus per, that's what they're going to need out of him. And Austin Reeves, obliques, I don't know how serious obliques are, but they need these 3 guys to combine for 70 to 90 points every single night. And right now, 2 of the 3 guys, and LeBron's not one of them, is fighting injuries. This is the worst time. The last week of the season, I think the Lakers are done no matter if both come back or not. I don't see them getting out of the first round if they have to give up any of those games.
I agree with you 100%. Coach, appreciate your time, man. Enjoy the rest of the weekend of the Masters, and hope to catch up with you soon, man.
Hey, I'm here anytime, Pat. It's a pleasure. Brandon, you're the man. Love your show. Talk to you soon, pal.
There you go. There you have it. The coach, Jonathan Coachman, the former WWE personality. And make sure you check out his show, Coach and Company, which you can catch on Stadium and on YouTube. He's also a PGA Tour analyst, so it was awesome hearing his insight on golf, on the Masters. I threw a bunch of questions at him, and he's an expert. So that was awesome to hear. Make sure you follow him on Twitter as well, at The Coach Rules. All right, we'll take one final break. Any final phone calls when we return at 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We'll close out the night. When we come back, we'll hand it off to Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night. Got some NBA scores and some baseball scores to update you on. So we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What happens if, and I'm not suggesting the Texans go from the top defense to the 27th defense. That's not what I'm saying. What if they go from like 1 to 8? 1 to 11? A drop-off. Do you have confidence that C.J. Stroud and the offense can take a step forward to make up for the drop-off that the defense might have? I'm going to be real with you. I don't have that confidence. Remember Troy Aikman kind of blasting C.J. Stroud during that game, questioning his preparation? Is the time being put in? There are like whispers, and none of this is very negative. This is not to intimate that C.J. Stroud is engaging in like illicit activity or that he's a bad guy off the field. No one is saying that. I'm not saying it or intimating it. But there are like whispers that like the preparation might not be there with Stroud. And Troy Aikman basically said so, right? So what happens if the Texans offense takes a step back? David Montgomery was their big move at running back. Like Joe Mixon gets hurt, and unfortunately that situation goes the way it does. I don't think David Montgomery's any great shakes, my opinion, at this point in his career. And if you're counting on him to fix your run game, I think you've got big-time issues. The offensive line, once again, feels like a roll of the dice at best. And then you're counting on the 2 Iowa State rookies from last year, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I like both, but you're counting on them to take a step forward. Will Tank Dell ever be the player that he was? And, maybe we think he's going to play this year. He missed all of last season, remember, after an electric rookie year and a pretty good year number 2. Missed all of last year. Can he come back, and can he be something for C.J. Stroud and this Houston Texans offense? I've got my concerns with the Texans. A little more than 2 months from now, we'll all be talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder and this run that they've been on. I feel like most people don't like them. And I think that dislike right now is just at a simmer. Like they won one title, and that's okay, right? It was the first one. But think about the way people talk about the Thunder now. This season. They're foul baiters. SGA is a free throw merchant. And now they're starting to lean into it a little bit. Into the heel persona. Not a ton. It's not really their MO. But they're leaning into it a little bit. Imagine how much you're going to dislike them. Assuming you do already. If and when they beat either Jokic and the Nuggets, Wemby and the Spurs in the Western Conference Final, and then maybe the Celtics in the NBA Finals. And SGA wins another MVP and another Finals MVP. We are a little more than 2 months away from talking about the Thunder in a way that we have only talked about a handful of teams in the history of the NBA.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get in on the phones at 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, you can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Huge shout out to Jonathan Coachman, coach, PGA Tour analyst. It was great to get his thoughts on the Masters. Guy that's big, he lives in LA. I don't know if he's a Lakers fan. Combs didn't tell me. Combs does, his show with him, Coach and Company, throughout the week. So don't know if he's a Lakers fan. They trail the Warriors right now, though, 32-28. That's the one NBA game going on right now. And, again, it's big for seeding for the Lakers. They're playing without Luka, obviously, who's back in Europe, trying to get that stem cell therapy, working on that hamstring strain. No Austin Reeves, no Marcus Smart either. But the Warriors are sitting Steph Curry. So it feels like it's anybody's game here. The Warriors are not only sitting Steph Curry, Al Horford remains out. They're sitting Porzingis still again. No Quentin Post, no Guy Santos. So both these teams, I would say injury depleted, but I think this is more so extended load management for the Warriors because they're going to be in the play-in tournament no matter what. They're going to be the 10 seed no matter what. So they're going to either play the Portland Trailblazers or the LA Clippers on either Tuesday or Wednesday night, and their season's going to be on the line. So they're basically just trying to get ready for the playoffs here. And I would think, try to use every game as an opportunity to get ready for that. But I believe they have a back-to-back coming up tomorrow, and they do. They're at Sacramento. So the Kings, I would think, hey, first half of a back-to-back against an NBA playoff team like the Lakers, even though they are injury depleted, that might be a better, nice little pre-playoff test for you. But, Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy Jr., their decisions never surprise me. So they're going to they're sitting basically everybody again tonight. And I guess they're going to, pound the Kings by 30 tomorrow to feel good about themselves. They almost lost to the Kings the other night, until the Kings basically pulled off one of the most blatantly disrespectful, pathetic forms of tanking I've ever seen, where they intentionally foul Seth Curry, Steph's brother, who's also a pretty damn good free throw shooter, 87% for his career, when the Warriors were already in the bonus and the Kings were up by 1 with 4 minutes left. And then they're like, oh, no, that was a mistake. We wanted to use our timeout. We didn't know that they were in the bonus. Give me a freaking break. Doug Christie, the head coach of the Kings. There's a guy that doesn't even deserve to be a head coach. It's him, especially the way they did Mike Brown dirty a couple of years ago. And hey, look, he's now the head coach of the Knicks. So when the Knicks win a title this year, I have the Kings to thank for firing Mike Brown a couple of years ago. But the NBA investigated that, and they're like, no, we didn't find any blatant tanking by the Kings. We found that our investigation that they actually did think that the Warriors were not in the bonus. And so it was just a coaching mistake. Oh, so you're telling me that the NBA is saying that, yeah, Doug Christie's just a moron and doesn't actually know how many fouls his team had. So, oh, wow, what a surprise. The NBA, they're going to crack down on tanking with this big Board of Governors meeting at the end of May. And you had a perfect opportunity to hand out some punishment. And you're like, oh, no, we're going to look the other way for that. What a freaking joke. But in terms of the scope of the standings, again, the Warriors, they're going to be in that 9 versus 10 play-in game, and they're going to have to win 2 playoff games just to get into the first round. And then they're going to, even if they do, they're going to get smashed by the Thunder. So, and that'll probably, that'll be one step closer to the end of what used to be a dynasty in Golden State. And maybe it'll be the end of Steve Kerr. Maybe he'll, I don't know what he'll do. He'll just go to the Arizona Wildcats games for fun and spend the rest of his days that way. And I got nothing against Steve Kerr. I think he's a tremendous ambassador for basketball. I just, they became a very hateable team, just like a lot of dynasties do. And when Kevin Durant, I got a lot of my hatred is directed towards Kevin Durant because he made the most cowardly move of all time. He was with the Thunder, up 3-1 against the Warriors, collapsed, couldn't win that series, and then he leaves OKC to go join Golden State so he can win a couple of rings, the only rings he'll ever win. So there's my thoughts on that. And the Lakers, with the Rockets winning tonight, the Lakers are now the 5 seed as it stands. And if they win this game, they'll have the same record as the Rockets. If they lose, they'll be a game behind. But it's looking more and more like the first round playoff matchup in the Western Conference, the 4 versus the 5, looking more and more like it's going to be Rockets and Lakers. And so one game in the standings at the end of the year could be the difference between a Game 7 being in Houston or a Game 7 being in Los Angeles. But again, I was talking with Coach, and I made my thoughts clear earlier in the show and yesterday as well. If Luka Doncic can't play in at least half of that series, and the same for Austin Reeves, the Lakers are getting bounced in the first round, and it won't be particularly close. But you do have a tie ball game right now in San Francisco. Lakers-Warriors tied up at 35. LeBron's got 15 points for the Lakers. The leading scorer for the Warriors is Pat Spencer with 7 points. That's a must-watch game right there. Anyway, one score. I mentioned the Knicks beating the Celtics earlier. I'm all pumped up about that. And I did mention the Rockets. They beat the 76ers 113-102, so they do jump the Lakers. And with the loss, the Sixers now, they're still the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference, 2 games behind the Hawks for that 6th and final spot that guarantees you don't have to play in the play-in tournament, and there's only 2 games left. So it's basically a guarantee now. The Sixers, they'll be in the play-in tournament. And again, the big news of the day, Joel Embiid, appendicitis, had to have his appendix removed. And so God knows how long he's going to be out. But how about this? Joel Embiid has now suffered the following injuries at the end of the regular season or in the playoffs. Orbital fracture twice. Remember, he had Bell's palsy. That was a real thing. And I'm not making light of it. I was just crazy. Crazy. He developed Bell's palsy. Torn meniscus twice, thumb ligament tear, and now had to have an appendectomy right before the start of the playoffs. But hey, trust the process, right? But the Rockets win that game 113-102, and they were up by like 25 points going into the fourth quarter. Kevin Durant with 29 points. And so that poses the question now, if the Rockets do get the Lakers, and Austin Reeves and Luka aren't able to come back for that series, or again, if it's like 3-1 or 3-0, and Luka and Austin Reeves are able to come back for game 4, game 5, it doesn't matter. The Rockets going to win that series. Then you're looking at a second-round matchup of the Rockets and the Thunder. And I would love, oh boy, would I love nothing more. Would I love nothing more than the Thunder to dish out a sweep of Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets. All right, we got about a minute left. Really quickly, we do have a Friday matinee game tomorrow with the Cubbies and the Pirates. Let's just get the thoughts really quickly of our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, owner and operator of batters-box.com, who's also a Cubs fan. Monty, what are we looking like here? What do we like tomorrow in this Pirates-Cubs game tomorrow? What should we be looking out for?
The ratings. So I normally don't have anything for the day of, but this year I built a matchup calculator builder. So anybody with a premium subscription can go input 2 pitchers and see everything for it. So if you want to look ahead to the next day or just curious about something, you can do that. So looking ahead to tomorrow, Carmen Majinski has an elite rating against the Cubs, kind of surprisingly. Really good at getting ground balls, limiting extra base hits. So that's kind of why he looks to have an elite rating against the Cubs tomorrow. And Shota is just kind of in a favorable spot, so I would look maybe towards the under. Not really a lot of hitters standing out, kind of more the pitchers, surprisingly.
Okay, gotcha. So when the Cubs lose tomorrow, they'll be under 500, and then I can let Combs never hear the end of it. All right, fun show. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to our guests. Thanks to everybody that called in. Thanks to Brad Evans, Max Sheedy, Chloe Pratt, Zach Kroll, and Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow on BetMGM Tonight.
But if the Jets take Bailey second, and the Arizona Cardinals, who are going to stink this year, they can't not stink. It's impossible. They play in a division with 3 monsters, like the meme with the 3 dragon heads, and then that look ferocious, and the other one that looks like you just found him after a bender weekend, and sitting in the corner of his apartment shivering. That's the Cardinals. They got to deal with the Rams. They got to deal with the Niners and the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. With Gardner Minshew or Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, good luck. And maybe they end up, that's the team that drafts Ty Simpson. We'll see. Arizona's not going to be good this year. If the Cardinals somehow lucked into Arvel Reese at 3rd overall, whose ceiling is to be like a transformative defensive player, I will come on the air Friday after the NFL draft, after round 1, which will be April 24th on this show, and tell you that the Cardinals are big winners. That is a dream scenario for the Arizona Cardinals.
I think you are, if you put yourself in a position as an organization that you have to trade one of the best players at his position in the sport, you have already failed. And I thought one of the appealing things about bringing in Harbaugh is that this nonsense shouldn't happen. My thought was, and Lawrence got ripped last year, and I was one of the people who was ripping him. He had a down year. He's out of shape. I didn't love his attitude. I didn't love the way he answered things in postgame. It just seemed like he didn't care. Part of the appeal for Harbaugh would be he comes in and he knows better than anybody else how important a player of Dexter Lawrence caliber is, and he would get him motivated and he would take care of him and get the maximize Dexter Lawrence, get the best out of him. All Dexter Lawrence wants is to get paid. At least from my knowledge of it, it seems like he would be fine being here if he gets paid. Harbaugh clearly wants him on the team. I think they would be ridiculous. If you trade Dexter Lawrence, you have already failed, especially if you're talking about trying to win now. This is not what happened with the Jets with Quentin Williams and Sauce Gardner a year ago with their total rebuild. The Giants can win some games now, and they can do so with Dexter Lawrence leading that defense, so I think they have to keep him.
Maxwell Hiller, who is the number 2 offensive tackle in the class of 27, not 26, but 27, has committed to the University of Florida to play for new Gators coach John Sumrall. Sumrall was a monster at Tulane, and once Florida struck out on Lane Kiffin, they turned their attention to Sumrall, and he quickly became their coach. Now, Florida in football has fallen on some tough times, right? Feels like a long time ago, and it's been over 2 decades since Urban Meyer was winning a ton of games and national titles. The Swamp. I don't know if John Sumrall is going to get Florida back to those true glory days, winning SECs, competing for national championships, but it feels like this is a step in the right direction. And this player, Hiller, won't play this year, but he presumably, as long as he keeps the commit, will play next year. If you're a Florida Gators